Bam 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 ba da 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 bam 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 ba da 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 bam 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 ba da 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 dum. Yam bam 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 ba da 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 bum bum ba bam bam ba da 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 bum bum ba ba da 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 bum 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 bum. Yam bum 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 bum. Yay! Hello everyone, how are we all doing? So, I announced this earlier by putting up a thing on Discord which said if anyone had any questions in advance, feel free to put them on the Discord, and no one has put them on the Discord, so, you know, that makes life a little easier. I could just concentrate on the chat. Right then, so, hello Rick Vasava, hello Carl Van Gasberg, hello Peter Dawson, hello Admiral Beatty, hello Stan Reynolds. Some people say I mind off the game with a round ball. Basically, I'm banned from watching the football for a very simple reason. Every time I watch an England game, we have a habit of losing. This means that I am not allowed to watch aforementioned England games. At all. Under any circumstances, it is not allowed for me to watch an England game. Which is fun to think about, really. It is. Out, little fly. Let's see. Hello, Admiral Beatty. Hello, Stan Reynolds. John Shea, hello. Carmen Gasberg again, hello. I noticed that you've been saying praise to the very interesting biplane which seems to dominate this channel. Hello, Frank Spatato. Hello, Matteo Slavic. Hello, DGB40. Apparently, Star Trek has its own version of Hunter Bismarck called The Hunted. There is a great video by Vernon Greek, Media 98. I'll have to check it out. Also, you have mentioned the Kuzentsov sinking in the channel, in which case would be called P-Chat, which means Sealand in Russian. Enjoy. I was thinking more it would be called an environmental disaster, which would probably end up somehow being, depending on which politics side you are on, the fault of the British government, the American government, the French government, or the Chinese government, but probably everyone but the Russian government who actually sent the ship there. Oh, joy of joys. It's the modern world. It's not so much a case of we're going to blame the people who actually did it. We're going to blame the people who it's politically convenient for us to blame. Hello Pitminter, hello Nook, hello Graham Highlander, hello Albozaski, hello Timu Luca, hello Stafford Thompson, hello Keyline 19, and hello Jane Muff. Yes, if you haven't noticed, I'm using this size bottle again. In good news, I ordered 6 this morning. I have been very good today. I have only drunk 1. So I have 5 left for tonight's Bruships. Well, 4 now I've used both these. But so that means as they each contain roughly, well, they're not 250 mils worth, they're 500 mils. That's roughly 2.5 litres of Iron Brew to cover me for the evening. Should be okay. Hello, J-Luff. Hello, Captain Seaforth. Hello, Seneca Nero. Do you look at Italy versus England? Yes. Hello, Shomack. The wall of books has grown again. Yes, it has. It has grown again. Hello, Vietnam Enterprise. Hello, Greg Sowski. Hello, Albert Sowski. Zapski. Seneca Nero. Is accidentally sinking the Kuznetsov in the channel and releasing toxic stuff the most damage it can do at this point? Probably. There are a few... Actually, no, they could do more damage. They could sink it in the Great Barrier Reef or somewhere like that. Let's see. So, Frank Sposado, why would the ammo in the SS Richard Montgomery still explode after all this time? Okay, the interesting thing is that while shell casings might have degraded enough, the fact is the chemicals used inside them for the explosives are probably still active. It takes a long time for those to become deactivated and a lot of water to seep in. And the odds are it hasn't gotten enough. So kind of like with Kuznetsov sinking in the Channel, both are massive disasters which could potentially happen, and so we do our level best to avoid them. The Montgomery, we do our best to monitor it and to just make sure no one goes near it. And the Kuznetsov, well, if you've noticed, every time it goes round the world it does tend to be followed by a Russian tug. What's probably less known is that every time it goes round the world there are subtle requests placed in various places by other governments to make sure that they have large tugs available. And let's put it this way, I have never been told this specifically, but I have noticed that every time, let's say, Kuznetsov was around the world, there's suddenly a shortage of the larger tugs. And they couldn't be booked by the Russians without the Russians picking up on it. But every nation knows who operates the big tugs from its bigger ports and can have the suitable conversations. No one wants that ship going down if they can avoid it, and if they do, if it does go down, they want the mess dealt with as quickly as possible, because you couldn't do more damage to fishing industry in the UK, France, Netherlands, probably Denmark, Germany and Spain, Portugal as well, Ireland. Basically pick any Western European nation, and depending on the current flow that day, probably Iceland as well, than by sinking Kuznetsov in the Channel. It just would contaminate everything. Senecanera, are there any other ships like this? Well, we actually did an entire bilge pumps on this topic, on the topic of ships like the Montgomery, and honestly in the Pacific there are probably a fair number of them. There are not many others, there aren't any others I can think of in Europe. There's occasional rumours of there being one off the coast of Africa like it, but there's no discussion of it anywhere, so I would presume there'd been a lot more detailed if there had been. And it's one of the things is I get rumours and I hear people go, "Oh, you're a historian, you might know the answer to this, what ship this is." And I go, no. In fact, every time I hear about it, it's usually a rumour from a non-historian who is asking me to confirm it and know what ship it is, and I don't. And I haven't ever heard it from any other sources. So I doubt it. So basically the Pacific is your option. The island campaigns were particularly vicious, and there are a lot of ships around the world which have sunk. Hello, Anna. So, Dr. Clark, I can't help but notice that the wall of stone is what I have in my mobile version. It's been real long. Give me thoughts on logistics. Yes. Well, that's the point about I was trying to make about castles. They are a more complicated tool. They are in many ways a more interesting tool because of that. Because honestly, they have a limitation. All the ships do, all things do, but the point, a point I was really trying to make with the whole castles video was that yes, this is a naval history channel, but if I am limiting myself to naval history, I'm not really limiting myself that much, because there's a lot of naval history for me to get into, which is stuff which people might not associate with naval history, i.e. castles. Graham Handler, I was watching a vid of Jackie Fisher done by Churchill College. Maybe we need another Fisher? It's always an attractive thought to have someone that comes up and manages to predict the future as accurately as Fisher does. Unfortunately, he also gets ahead of himself a lot. He really does get ahead of himself a lot. And that's his main failure. And also, he sees things in a very zero-sum way. It's Fisher's, I would say, biggest problem is in many ways he's very binary. In his view, the coming system, the battleship will be replaced by the aircraft carrier. The aircraft carrier will be replaced by the submarine. And the reality is, the submarine and the aircraft carrier and the battleship haven't really been replaced. The battleship has gone because we were concentrating on carriers and then submarines as well as carriers. But I would argue that if things like the railgun ever do come back into service, you might well see a big gun ship enter service again. Will it be an all big gun ship like battleship? I'm not sure. Pardon me. It might indeed fit more along the lines of a battle cruiser, because there isn't much that could be much in the way of armor you can create that's going to resist the kind of forces that a railgun could inflict. But we don't know. Seneca Nero, was there any Iron Brew left in Jersey after you and Drac left? Any that has been left, a very nice gentleman called Philip, who was guiding us round, will more than likely have dealt with by now. So Thompson. Also, that the Red Dragon has taken the idea of a wall of stone and implemented it on a global scale. To be fair, the Chinese are no strangers to conquest by civil engineering. In fact, in the nicest way, conquest by civil engineering has been around as long as time has begun. You know, what are Iron Age hill forts than conquest by civil engineering? They're saying, we are no longer a tribe which is wandering around. We have built a fortified position. This is our land now. And that's what castles, that's what fortifications say. And the thing is, once you link such civil engineering to maritime power, you can turn it into a stabilizing factor in a larger area. Especially as, and this is something I was really trying to point out. The fact is, the sea was the major highway for Edward I, and a lot of the medieval period, and it still is to this day the major highway of goods being moved backwards and forwards. There is nothing new about that. The sea is a safe, easy way of transporting a large volume of goods. There is, again, nothing new about this. So what we're seeing when we're seeing the sea being used in the time of the 13th and 14th centuries, and even later than that, and earlier than that, is simple. Logistics. I need to move a lot of supplies to support a large army. To support that army, I need a You know, I can move as much as I can, try along the roads, but it's going to be a nightmare. You know, we often talk about the Roman army as being amazing because of their tactics and their uniformity in their organisation for their period, and that's all true. But one of the other big things about the Roman army was its logistics, and that was very much the responsibility of the navy, as Simon Elliott will tell you and go through it quite happily. The various navies were critical to Roman logistics, because even with the roads the Romans built, it was still logistically easier to move a large volume of goods by the sea. It requires less people to move more stuff. It's more efficient. So in the Naval Treaties, there is a loophole that any ship with more torpedo boat tubes than gunboat tubes counts as a torpedo boat without sight limit. What sort of abominations would result from that? So Seneca, here's your question, your what if. Let me just think of this through. Well, for starters, if the Naval Treaties that had a loophole that any ship with more torpedo tubes than gun tubes counts as a torpedo boat without size limit, you would have a lot of very torpedo-heavy battleships and cruisers. That was certainly the case. You would have a lot more torpedo battleships and a lot more torpedo. You'd also have some very interesting destroyers come out of it. Basically, every ship would be carrying a torpedo autoloader and a lot more torpedo tubes. In fact, though, they might not bother with reloading. They probably would. If you're going to have them and you don't have to worry about size, you might as well have an autoloader and load them. But you would probably see battleships going to sea with three quintuple launchers each side, at least. Yeah, 30 guns, possibly more. Possibly as many as 4 or 5 sextuple launchers. Basically, just imagine any ship that gets built and imagine it having a lot, and I mean this in the nicest way, a lot of torpedoes. So, for example, you would probably end up with probably a version of the G3 modified, maybe with as many as maybe ending up with 4 treble 16 quarters, and at least, because at that time they were looking at quadruples, so 12, and then they'd have 12 secondaries, and they want that. So you'd probably be looking at you'd probably be looking at least 32 torpedoes, 32 torpedo tubes on that ship, and that would be, I'm just trying to imagine it, that would be a huge amount of firepower. A huge amount of firepower. Right. Alright, sure, Mac. Shomak, also, if it goes down near you, the Russians might well very blame you for it. Oh, they're going to blame whoever they can for it. Won't except blame themselves. It's not a modern Russian Navy way. Or Russian government way. Oh, look, Dr. Clark and Frank, explosives deteriorate over time, especially with heat, become more unstable. With heat, yes. They're not that hot down there, though, are they? They're kept cold and preserved, and they don't have much oxygen. So, yeah. USA leaving Afghanistan. Chinese going to move in? I'm sure they are. The debate is whether or not they will manage to pay their way through, or will end up having to fight their way through. It'll probably be a mixture of the two. Even look at the USSR did that just transporting the king crab from the Bering Sea, ruining the fishery. I mean, oh yes, well you can do that many ways. Hi Sean V, got here late, so I have rewound from the beginning and catching up at high speed. Cool, and you're using the new HMS Eskimo emoji. I'm glad you're liking it. I'm having fun with them. And I think it's only need 2 more people to join for me to get more, to be able to produce more. So it's quite interesting. It seems to be every time I get another 3 or 4 people, I'm able to add another one. Avian and Price, are the magazines on a sunk vessel a risk, or is it just more of a concern of ammunition ships? All magazines are a concern. It's another reason why to avoid them, like you would avoid, I don't know, it's not... Basically, there are more good reasons for avoiding a sunken warship, than just it's a war grave. Being a war grave is a very good reason to avoid them. It's one of the reasons why I absolutely despise the people who are going around the world and ripping up ships from the underwater to get at the steel, which is pre the nuclear detonations. I know why they need it, but that kind of piracy is just not good, and it desecrates war graves. But it also probably disturbs a lot of high explosives, so I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of those pirates have had some very nasty accidents doing it. Frank Swanner, I found that the castle videos are great to listen to with videos of rainfall or another tab in the background. That worries me a bit, but okay. Greg Galson, Sonic Clear, read more tubes and barrels. With this logic, most surface combatant torpedoes are torpedo boats, including the Peter Velecki, aka Gerov. Frank Spanner, the best line I ever heard in reference to studying naval warfare with models. Water does not scale. No, it really doesn't. It just gets nastier. John Shane, overall, the Ring of Stone Long Patrol is one of my favourite non-ship nor non-war long patrols. Well done, thank you. Frank Spanner, fortified post just like in Fallout. There, isn't all long-term conquest done by civil engineering? See the railways in Africa and India. Again, although I would say the railways in Africa and India are more done to link things to the port, so Britain's maritime power can continue with extracting the stuff. I'm never saying we involved that much from Edward I. Our techniques might become technologically more advanced, but the thinking and the overall strategy doesn't need to be. Team Looker. Yeah. Hello, Jerry and Tasha. You have any goods on books on naval warfare? Naval war... In naval warfare in the 7 Years' War. Now, somewhere around me... Yep. That's volume 2. Where's volume 1? Volume 1 is around here somewhere. it's part of 2 volumes, but Julian Corbett, England and the 7 Years' War. It's possibly one of the best books ever made on it. And of course, it's the foundation of a lot of Corbett's later theoretical writings. So, it's 2 volumes, it's worth getting. Julian Corbett's England and the 7 Years' War. I'll post a link, I've got one somewhere, to Amazon for it down below. Yeah, just posting that in the down below. Yep, you should find links to that down below. Don't constructions go in both directions too? They go in many. The constructions, of course, well, if you were, it depends who controls them, what they can do. Cajun, is there any truth behind the story that Americans did pay to get the ammunition removed from the rich Montgomery, but the salvage company effectively took money and ran? Not as far as I know. Because that's firmly in British territory, and frankly, the British wouldn't allow anyone to go down there. So if the Americans paid for someone to do it, and didn't get the British government's permission, the company could never do it anyway. Joan Thatcher, was Blake the equal Nelson? I'd argue in his own way, yes. Graham Handler, we have 2 Martello towers. You can fill in why, although they were, to the best of my knowledge, never used. It's always fun to have a Martello tower. Let's be honest, we all want them. They're quite cool. I have often looked at them and thought, if I had the money, I would love to turn one into a house. One of the bigger ones, but yes. Admittedly, I would want to put probably a hot tub on the top. I'd have it next to the cannon. The cannon wouldn't really be able to do anything, but the cannon would be sort of next to the hot tub with a sort of glass cover of it, so I could put my iron brew on that, and then it had the hot tub and a sort of conservatory bit over it, so I could open up to look at the stars, but also be quite protected from the rain and just enjoy myself. I haven't really thought much about the rest of the house below the Martello tower, below there, but there'd probably have to be a decent sized office, probably on the first level down, and then bedroom and bathroom on the level below that, and then kitchen and that sort of area on the bottom. I think that led to the development of small torpedoes. No. Probably led to the development of bigger, longer range torpedoes. Let's be honest, this is not a period where people are going for smaller and sensible. They're going for big and bashy. And Sam Thompson, thank you, Doctor. I was hoping others would have picked up that. As we know, I have an odd brain, so I appreciate the long-form answer to Civil Conquest. And briefly, Dr. C, tell us more about the joint Drag-Clark expedition. Any future collaborations you can discuss? We're always planning future stuff. We're quite good friends, and that's me saying this, but, as you know, he's come around, done all the building. I'm not sure we've reached a level we can call each other best friend status. Once you're a male and get to a certain age, it takes quite a while to achieve that sort of level. But we're very good friends, we have a lot of very similar interests, and we like working together. It's fun working with him. For one thing, it's nice working with someone, and if he's watching this, I hope he wouldn't take this the wrong way, but who doesn't have the same structure of academic thinking as I have. When I work with a colleague who's done a PhD in history and those things, especially one who's gone through at the same point as me, gone straight through university, they have a very sort of simple. They have an approach to history. Now, I'm considered quite weird by most of those colleagues because my approach is skewed from them because of my background. But it's nice working with someone who's also got a skewed approach, who I, in some ways, can't replace. It's one of the reasons why I love my girlfriend, is because her approach is different than any of my other peers. And that's something I enjoy. I enjoy working with people who love the topics, but who do not... This sounds disparaging, but it's not, because a lot of them do very, very good work and are excellent historians. But honestly, there is a large tranche of colleagues who I think they are quite prone to groupthink. Let's put it this way. They have quirks of individual, but there are a lot of them who will follow into groupthink quite quickly. I try to avoid having many of them as friends. But I get along with them. They're nice enough people. It's just they're not people who I want to work with. And I like working with Drag. Plus, we have a lot of fun. Jersey was cool. Jersey was very cool. Frank Susado, how did IJN torpedoes of Guadalcanal not hit the US battleships? I can't find where you may have answered this before. Luck. It has a factor in all of warfare. Rick Vasava, talking about Jackie Fisher. Had not seen enormous advancement in all matters naval during his lifetime to give him great insight on the future of naval warfare. Had not he seen enormous... He'd seen a fairly large ones, but he still takes a lot of technological leaps in his thinking. As Dan Price says, the US destroyers took torpedoes for them for the most part. Luck. And good destroyers. Schulmack. The only sign that I couldn't see being hastily adapted to not count for is something along the lines of Atlanta. Oh, you could work out. It would grow in size. The Atlanta would end up about another 1,000 tons heavier, but you could have a load of torpedoes on it. Well, let's, for starters, get up a picture of the Kitakami. Torpedo cruisers. Let's see, 41 is when they're sort of converted. So let's see if I can find a picture on post 41. Oh, there you go. I do. Add source. General widgets. Image. This is Kitakami. Now, as you can see, rather cute looking ship. And it's an interesting idea having lots of torpedoes. It does feature into the Japanese doctrine. You'd have probably seen lots of ships like that in that scenario of the torpedo battle conference. But the real problem for them is that the torpedo is not that versatile a weapon. The trouble is, and again, this is a point you get made sometimes by some people, it's that the torpedo is the equivalent of the missile in the 20s and 30s. It isn't. Torpedo is the equivalent of the torpedo today. In that a VLS system is a thing which we can count, and you can put in multiple different types of missile. And the standard missile, of course, theoretically is both anti-aircraft and anti-ship. But a torpedo in World War II, they're anti-ship. Maybe anti-submarine if the submarine's in the right place. But they're anti-ship. There is no possibility of them being other things. Most of the guns, though, especially the medium and some of the even heavier caliber weapons, are able to be dual purpose. They can do anti-ship, they can do anti-aircraft, they can even be used for anti-submarine if they spot it on the surface. So, yeah, I like them though. I do like them because I like them as an idea of the IGN trying to play to its strength, and its strength was certainly its long-range torpedoes. Whether a whole cruiser for the role? Why not? They're running out of destroyers at this point. So, pre-nuclear steel is in abundance at Scapa Flow. That it is. Well, that which wasn't raised. But quite a lot of it is also still, again, war graves. And unlike the stuff in the Pacific, is fairly heavily protected. Stephen Thompson. I think the importance about getting work is for you, not for supporting the channel. As much as I love people supporting contributing to the channel, you do a lot of other stuff as well. And frankly, the fact that you send those tweets every day at I Am Bru are very, very kind of you. So never worry about what you're doing to support the channel. You are very, very kind. Frankly, it's more of a case of thank you for being kind, but concentrate on you. And I'm sorry you only had one day at work last week. I know from my own experience of contract work, which I still am on, weeks when I only have one day were weeks which I worried about things. They are for weeks I worry about things, but now of course I have a YouTube channel as well, which at least allows me to think about that at least 2 to 3 days a week. If I can. Alright. Good evening, Shimmy. Findleston, Song of 7 Years' War. In 3 weeks' time is the anniversary of the Battle of Minden. Yes, but I'm trying to avoid it. Darren Sonner, would you be willing to show the chat any of the timeline charts I made? Frank Spotter. Yes, I would be, but I haven't gone through them all myself at the moment, so I will do. I was thinking about doing a special video including them, actually. I was going to email you about that. So, Nicanero, what is a Martello Tower? Oh, that is something I can talk about very, very much. Now, Martello Towers there are many of. And they are rather beautiful things in my mind, and they're spread around the world. There are lots of them. Basically, the story goes that the British had particular trouble when they were dealing with a round fortress in Genoese, that was part of the Genoese defence system at Mortella in Corsica. And the British were inspired by this idea to try out their own. And so, around the empire, you have springing up all sorts of places these. Now, some of them these days don't really look like that. Some of them now look more like this one from Quebec, which I found when I did a quick Google search just then. And honestly, they are rather cool. They come in different sizes and sizes, but all are universally round. Some would have one gun position on top, some would have multiple gun positions on top. They'd have gun placements, and basically they are large, thick-walled cylinders, which are designed to take a lot of a beating. And they do so pretty darn well. And I'll get another picture because I have got a diagram I can use to show you. He says, hopefully. Da 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 da. And let's get the last slide up. Sorry about this taking so long, but I hadn't thought I was going to be presenting about Martello Towers for a while, so I had some pictures of them saved, but I didn't have this one where I wanted it. And now I can find it and go, There you go. Right then. So here is a rough plan of them. And you notice they have this standard design. This standard design has about 4 floors. It has a roof, which has a drainage system to bring rainwater straight into the water tank. Sometimes the water tank was filled by other means as well. And it would have an overflow system. They'd have officers' quarters, men's quarters, powder store, supplies, and a food store. In simple terms, they had a lot to try and look after them and try and make sure they were as self-sufficient as possible. And it's really a rather cool system. Now, the point about the Martello Towers is that there are a few Jersey versions of this around Jersey. And they're quite cool, and they're a different style on Guernsey, and there's different versions of them all around the world, as local engineers took the same basic idea and turned it to fit their unique abilities and their unique scenario they had. I have to say it's one of my dream properties I would love to own. Hello, Felix B. Steve Winch, hello. That's very, very nice Martello in Key West at the Art Gallery Museum. Evening, Jack Hunter. Graham Hanna. I want to start a campaign to entice the Navy back to the floor again. It's still as strategically important as ever and could take the big ships. That is true, but you need to get supplies there. That's the problem. Senator, what is the worst looking capital ship in your opinion? I think I have answered this well enough when talking about the Navy from across channels capital ships in the pre-Dreadnought and Dreadnought era. As Graham Highlander has pointed out. Schumacher, re-torpedoes are going on. Every destroyerman knew the course they needed to launch in any given situation get hits. But if they would actually hit was luck. Yeah. Javier, what is the most decisive what if in Royal Navy history? Operation C. If they had struck the Japanese forces and had taken out a carrier, it would have been freaking amazing. I'm reading it. Thanks. Does agree harder. Fear and groupthink are mind killers. Dan Freeman, hello everyone. I've been off in that London up the Shard. Got an excellent photo of HMS Belfast and Tower London. Cool. Nighthand Productions. How protect our German High Sea Fleet ships in Scarborough Flow? A fair number of them were raised and scrapped after the war. After later in the 20s and 30s. Not all of them, but a fair number. No, but Royal Oak is a war grave. British Even Kingston, Ontario has 3 or so Martello Towers. One was open for tours. A few Germans were shot by some British forces. I believe it's not officially policy to say. No, it wasn't. Not on the Scarborough Flow. But I wasn't thinking of the German fleet in the Scarborough Flow. I was thinking of the other ships which have gone down there. Don't shame. Hello, off license. Let's see. Seneca, I also think the ships that crossfire across deck are ugly as sin. There are definite reasons for that one to be as ugly as anything. Seamarch, hello. They are decent both land defence and sea defence, which a lot of seaward forts and batteries were not, as Cochrane proved in South America. Oh, yes. Kingston's towers were built around the time of the War of 1812, indeed to keep out marauding Americans, which they did quite well. So Martello towers are basically a newer version of the Castle Keep. I would say it's kind of like Flint Castle. In that, when I was talking about it, there is of course that tower which is offset outside of things with everything, and this is it. And there were even ideas to use perhaps multiple Martello towers close together, so they could form the basis of a fort. And the idea was you would build a star fort, basically, of defences, and you would put a Martello tower in each of the points of the star, in sort of behind the walls. So it'd be a case of, we will take out this fort! Woohoo! We've made it into the fort! There are no troops here. They're all in these 6 positions firing at us. Oh, frig. The French built dozens of starting on the Revolution, yes, and the British built hundreds around the world. I mean, I think there was roughly 30 built in Jersey alone. Much smaller than even the smallest castle I know of, Grosvenor in Wales, South Wales. More an early pillbox. I would say, as I said, I think it's like the tower in Flint. But it is smaller, but it's a lot thicker walls. Those walls are massively thick. You cannot overestimate how thick these walls are. And they're usually deep foundations, and just... they're a nightmare, really, to try and take, because often the entrance is on the upper floor, and they would have various protective means to stop people getting up to there. Some of them even even big enough, and I think they might have put portcullises in them. Thanks, Rado. Thank you, Frank. It's very nice. Super chats are always very kind of you all. I have to say, this is the other thing I've noticed. I have to admit, coming from an academic background, you get used to being told no in applying for funding so often. You don't expect anyone to be at all supportive or want to help you help support your research or anything at all. In fact, it's always a shock when you actually apply and get something. So this is, I have to say, is the nicest thing I found with YouTube, is that I have a patron, I have people who've joined the channel, and I get super chats and all these things, and people being nice and basically saying, yeah, we like your work and we want you to carry on doing more of it. It's a strange experience for an academic. It really is. It's also a strange experience from an academic from the perspective of going, well, do I count this as research funding I've achieved when I'm talking to universities about posts? One of them in an interview recently seemed to think it did. Although I still came second for that role, and they'd like me to go back and do some contract lecturing for them. They've hired one of their own PhD students. I always find it annoying when they do that. I just go, nicest way, if you have a great internal candidate who you love, go with the internal candidate who you love. And don't advertise it externally, because it takes me time and effort to write an application, and then I have to do the interview. And it might be, and actually, at the moment, I have to say it's less of a problem than normally, because now it's a case of interview by online. A virtual interview, which is nice, far easier than taking days out of my time to go and travel places, but it's still Thank you, Dr. C. Glad you enjoyed the charts. I've never really been able to share them before. Wiki has weird rules of posting. That it does. Wasn't sure where else to go until you and Drac made these channels. Yeah, we might even have more than just the channels for them to be posted on. I've got an idea of another project. Yeah, I'll tell you a fun fact. They have roofs that can be jettisoned immediately in time of wars. Some of them did, yes. Some of them did. Some of them were open-roofed. But some did actually have roofs which could be quickly knocked off or taken down. Brent Paulus, any thoughts on Branson's little trip today? That the competitions and things between billionaires are billionaires. Shomak, can a carrier kill another carrier? Yes, but with guns. If that happened at the moment, then the most successful carrier in the world would probably be the Kuznetsov, because the only one which carries heavy anti-ship missiles. If it could launch them. If it can stay afloat long enough to launch them. See much. Big siege artillery could eventually breach them. That's probably why they weren't using the big sunk down fortresses. No, it was just decided that frankly there was not much point. You weren't going to gain much from it. But the thing is, and that's the point with all defences, big siege artillery can eventually breach everything. But the fact is, it's going to take you time. Fortifications aren't about being invulnerable. They aren't about making a place unable to be taken. They're about meaning that for your enemy to take it, they're going to have to do a lot of effort. For example, if for every Martello tower you have to bring in heavy siege artillery to take it, that is going to be a tremendous logistical effort, a tremendous time suck, and that means you're not going to have heavy artillery for other jobs. This is the point about these systems. They're not designed to take forever. You can't do that. No one can. And this is I have to say, the thing I noticed today when people go, is this able to be easily taken, or this, that, no. Everyone goes, my system's invulnerable, or, no, that system's easily taken. The reality is always somewhere in between, and the reality is that you're never going to build anything that's invulnerable. The lesson we should have learned ourselves was with the Titanic. When people started marketing that and claiming that was invulnerable, that was when people should have started worrying. And it's the same with fortifications. These are not about being invulnerable. They are about the time it's going to take you to deal with them. And that's the interesting thing. The reason the Royal Navy really loved this idea and suggested it, and the War Office went with it, was because they had a tower like this built by the Genoese to defend Crete, or Cyprus, one or two. I think I said it earlier, had taken so long for them to defeat. It wasn't that it had proved impossible to defeat, it was that it had taken so much time. It had really slowed down their attack, and they appreciated that. Senecanera, I recommended you to a professor of mine as an example of how to do online teaching right. Well, I have built up a fair amount of experience of it now. Thank you, though. That's very kind of you. I'm sure they have good ideas as well. Frank Spanner, have you read Before the Battlecruiser? It's an incredible book and it's timeline charts in the back. I have a while back. I haven't gotten my own copy. It was in the thing. Frank Spanner, people may not like using Patreon because of them banning people like Saragan of Akkad. That happened back in 2019. I know that some people don't like using Patreon, and that's why I've set up the thing to join on this channel, so that people have another thing if they want another option if they want to go, because some people didn't want to join Patreon. And I understand that. I've been having fun with Patreon in that it's been saying some of the JPEG files were too massive for some of the presentations I've done, and I've had to go. I'm having to do them sort it out. I've now fixed it so that it's going to go up, but that's been causing me fun. Hello, Melanie 16040. Oh hi, Shamak. I think we can add these to reasons where that sea lion wouldn't have worked. God, those would have been such strong positions to hold. You can snipe, observe, maybe even put an artillery on there. That's exactly what the British were doing, going around doing all sorts of things with them. Melanie, I actually just came in about the same time you sent that message. I got here before it arrived. But Stafford is still is going to take credit. I have to say that's the other thing I love about YouTube. The community that I have chatting away with it is lovely. I like every time because you're all so inclusive, and every time we have new people join and come and chat and start chatting away, you just fold them in quite happily and quickly. It's lovely. You're all very friendly. Grishati, I think the rules require that they advertise externally, even if they don't want to have some in mind. True. Lauren, I understand you have previously discussed turning HMS Hood sister ships into carriers. When was this so I can go back and listen? I think it's in the Battle Cruisers episodes. I have discussed that. Specifically, I think in some of the Dreadnoughts episodes, especially some of the later ones, the 1914 one and Summary one. And in some of the treaty episodes I've discussed that. But the idea is very simple, and the idea was around. And I think especially in the Q&A live on the Dreadnoughts that we did, it came up a bit, because there are some tantalising bits around that it was considered. And they didn't go with it. And that's a nicest way the buck stops with Beatty that they didn't go with it. He was first sequel all the time to make decisions. But it could have been very interesting to have that happen. They would have been far bigger than Courageous, Glorious and Furious were. And they would have been bigger from the start, and you would have probably seen, well, let's put it this way, they could have quite easily qualified for a Vice Admiral aircraft carriers. Ceramic, at least they didn't say you needed a large social media presence. No, they didn't try that one. What had roofs so they could be jettisoned? Some of the Martello towers had roofs which could be taken off easily. Not really jettisoned, but they did have wooden tops, etc., which could... Well, basically the idea was, especially in winter, they kept them warm and kept the garrison from freezing. There are 3 Koenigs, the Brommer, the Kausch, and the Koln still down there. I think the Sedlet's guns are still there as well. Thank you, Stafford. Small fort that's pictured at the moment that could put a 32-pounder or similar cannon on, built over the British Empire, and all sorts of other things been done. Steam winners, Lexington class SCVs before refit with 8-inch guns. They would definitely have done fairly well. Although look, I'm not sure if you can discount HMS Formidable and HMS Unicorn, because one of those decided to engage in a fleet battle and the other one decided to bombard land targets. So those two could probably have acquitted themselves quite happily as well. This one is pictured in Quebec, and that one, I think, and the one above one is in Ireland. Frank Spanner, do you think that if a force of escort carriers were put into force, someone would make the mistake of using them in fleet combat just because they had carriers? Sort of like the battlecruisers. Yep. You can guarantee it. Especially the idea that they could maybe be used as drone carriers. Light fleet carriers are probably a better option. Dan Freeman, by virtue of sitting in the battle line with Queen frequent battleships, it isn't just you, it's who your friends are. Well, that would be a very interesting scenario for anyone to find themselves in. Oh no, he sent the message long before I got here. Just Discord hadn't been able to deliver it until after I'd arrived. Ah, Discord. I'm getting worried about the amount of religions going on about on an airplane from the 1920s. Oh, it's slightly worrying. This is the thing which in 50 to 150 to 200 years I'm going to be getting blamed for by other historians. Oh, when it's the Jedi versus Star Trek and the Blackburn cults. Jedi cult one faction, Star Trek theologists the second faction, and the third faction, the cult of the Blackburn. Seneca, what is the dumbest what-if scenario you've seen? That's an interesting question. Dumbest what-if scenario I've seen. I've seen a fair number over the years. I really have. I think the dumbest what-if scenario I've ever been in terms of, and I would say this very clearly, there are no dumb what-if scenarios you ask by students, because that's usually them trying to learn, and I've never had a dumb one put to me on YouTube. But I've had some interesting discussions with people who, let's say, you would expect to know better, not professionals in uniform, but still people you would expect to know better, who were pretty much going down the what-if scenario of what if one nation ended up taking on the entire world. And it was a case of, no, that wouldn't work. No matter who that nation was, it just wouldn't work logistically. There's only so many spaces you can actually physically be. And pretty much you can insert either China or America in a modern case into that scenario, and people will ask that question. You go, China against the whole world? Well, if they try expanding all their borders at the same time, including against the Russians, Mongolians, Nepalese, Indians, Vietnamese, North Koreans, and the various Istans, yeah, they'll probably have some success, but at a certain point they'll run out of troops. There's only so many troops even the Chinese have. Frank Spinner, is it all possible that a matter of time the British thought they may have run across Italian battleships since in the dark, even with radar, the CAs are similar in size? Oh yeah. They knew very quickly they weren't, but... Now, Darren Fractions. So, do you reckon the Admiral-class carriers could have come about without Beatty? Yes. Because there were a few admirals pushing for larger carriers. And the thing is... This is going to sound strange. For starters, they are not as advanced production. So instead of being conversions, these are ships which haven't yet really sort of made it much above the hull. So you have a lot more space to easily put things in. They've already worked out the island structure on other carriers, so they would have been built as island carriers from the get-go. Knowing the British, they wouldn't have had a heavy gun armament, but they would probably have had dual-purpose 4.7s. A lot of them. But they also might well have had an early introduction of the armoured carrier. And finally, there's the fact that if they're built, the British will have 3 of them, and will probably do anything it can to defend that lead in them. Re-escort versus light carriers. You can build light carriers and fleet carriers before a war, and then throw together escort carriers once fighting it. During extreme ruinous drone carriers, the big engine room will still need tending, even today, so don't know if that would work. The idea is drone carriers, as they carry and they can build their own drones. They would still have a human crew on board the ship. Basically, it's it's played upon the advances in 3D printing technology. It's predicated on those advances keep continuing. Alternatively, what can we thank Beatty for doing, not doing? How much changes positively and negatively if you remove Beatty from his post-Jutland positions? He's actually quite good in terms of the politics of being First Sea Lord. He just makes the wrong strategic decisions vis-a-vis carrier size, and I would argue he makes the wrong decisions with Nelson and Rodney. If I'd have been him, I would have certainly used my strength and political power to argue for more ships. That would have certainly been my way of it. He needed more ships. He certainly needed more ships. But he doesn't really fight for more ships because he doesn't think he can get them. I think he could have. I think he could have if he'd wanted to, but he didn't. Joining us, there are a considerable number of Martello towers here in Kent that are now rather beautiful private homes. I know. Going on, re-blame the future. Heretics always blame someone else for their wayward ways. Abzaski, is it true the USN drops the railgun development and why? Yes, they have, and more likely because if they kept it up, then they would be forced to put it into the new destroyer, the next generation destroyer, and it's not ready. So it's a good idea to drop it, design ships to be capable for having in the future, but don't design ships around it. Look what happened to the Zumwalt class. They're called a failure because their railguns weren't mounted, and yet honestly, the ship is working pretty much as envisioned. It's because it's not the railguns. They're not considered a success. And for the US Navy, the railgun doesn't look like it's a reliable thing at the moment. Shomack, I think using cruiser carriers as a cruiser would have been rampant if they'd been built. Yes, more than likely. Max Rider, B-52s at Waterloo. Oh, that's a lovely what if, but it's how do you support and sustain them? And also, where are you going to be landing them? Because B-52s do not do rough landing. They just don't. They're not designed for it. They're really not. Seawish, US Air Force still working on the follow-up plasma versions, so not exactly dropped. No, I think it's been handed over to DARPA more than anything. Jamie, HMS Hood of the Falklands in 1982 is pretty dumb. I heard this morning on Drax Channel. Yeah, HMS Vanguard at the Falklands is far more likely, but it's still an interesting question if Hood had survived World War II. Also, the thing is, if Hood had survived World War II, it probably wouldn't have refitted, used the Vanguard materials for a refit, because that would have been quicker to get into service than to build Vanguard, which would have meant you'd have had a very powerful, very symbolic ship. Don't even re-escort versus Lyco. At least the CVR can stay with a fast battle line. CVs are not expected to. No. They're escort carriers. The clue's in the name. Crazy Locker. Don't make me register both religious entities here in Florida and give Dr. Luck the ability to perform weddings. Well, if I had the ability to perform weddings, then the friend who I'm being man of honor in her wedding for, a very, very close friend who I've been friends with for years and has many sisters and many good female best friends, and honestly couldn't pick between them all as she loves them all, so she picked her sole male best friend as man of honor, mainly because default. Gives me something to do in the wedding as well. Skyhedron, Germans with competent logistics in World War II. Germans with competent logistics in World War II is an interesting one because they would need a lot to change to have competent logistics. That's the thing. They do so many silly things. They really, really do. It's not just competent logistics, it's competent government at every single level. You know, as I was saying, 12% of the Atlantic Wall on Jersey. Guernsey. Sark? Why? Why would you spend that much? Yes, it's British soil control, but honestly, who in their right minds thinks anyone's going to waste all that stuff all the forces need to retake those islands when you're trying to invade France? It's basically you would have to do a whole D-Day to take them, and then you have to do D-Day again to take France. So you'd have to do those amass that level of resources twice over. You're not going to. You're not. So it's better to use that resources elsewhere. Greetings, Animal 16365. China its Silk Road allies versus the world is more likely. Are you sure? The Silk Road allies are maintained by debts and fear. If China's fighting the rest of the world, they can't really inspire fear and they can't really call in debts. Well, they can try, but the easiest way to not have to pay them is to just join the other side or declare yourself neutral. Shomak, the dumbest ones are the one I find are the ones where people are fishing for a conclusion they want, like trying to find a way to make U-boats starve out Britain in World War II. You need a lot more U-boats. JB, Graham Handler, it was one of the questions asked him. If Hood survives World War II and is modernised, what impact would it have on the Falklands War? Thought it was where it could be, could it be preserved? That's a good question to ask, really. Rasmussen, how much did other nations know about the G3 N3 ships during the treaty talks? Not much. They knew the British were had started looking at building them, though. Alright, hello, hope your trip went well. It did. Shomak, the British had a dual-purpose 4.7 mounted in the 1920s. They were working on one. They're trying to work on the 4.5 at the beginning of the 1930s, and the 4.7 develops into the 4.5 because they realise they can't really do dual purpose with 4.7 because it just doesn't work that well. But for what they want to do at the calibre they want to use. But they keep working on it. The idea was keeping Vanguard and Hood after a refit post-World War II. If Hood survived and having them survive to 1982 and such a mission as to be deployed. Unlikely. There's not even the cruisers were. If they'd been around, you never know. Thank you, Paul. Your next bottle of brew is on me. Thank you very much. Thank you again for another super chat. That's 2. Yeet. It's a lot of iron brew. JP, most decisive pre-World War I what-if scenario. Battle of Trafalgar. What happens if Nelson fails? It's a rather interesting thing, as it's this big, decisive battle, as we're taught. But what happens if it fails? What happens if the Nelson loses? Now, usually that's the people go, yes, this is a decisive thing, because that changes things. But honestly, there are another couple of fleets sitting in the way before that French fleet can get anywhere it's going to cause trouble. And they will be, whatever happens, they'll be bashed up in the battle with Nelson's fleet. So yes, they might well win, but will they win the next battle, and the battle after that? They'll have more confidence, and they might get more numbers. But still, it would be interesting. JP, I suppose it's a daft question to ask. Like HMS Vanguard at the Falklands, what's needed was a fleet carrier of AWACS planes, and the war probably does not even happen. Agreed on that one. Which is another reason why the Malta class would have been very interesting if they'd been built. If you'd had 4 or 5 Maltas built and in service, they would have been fleet carriers right the way through. The Cold War. If you especially look at how long the Midways serve, they could well have made it to the 90s, and then Britain would have been replacing them in the 90s. Might have had 3 or 4 replacements. Rapid Raceback. Was any thought given to reinforcing Castle using the event of Jones came calling uninvited? A tremendous amount of thought. The Germans themselves put a lot of concrete around various castles in Jersey. The British do a lot of work in castles, and let's put it this way, you can go to certain... Dover Castle, of course, is probably the most famous, but if you want a really interesting one, wander around Pendennis in Falmouth. You see a lot of interesting stuff in Pendennis. Seneca, a town class destroyer at Trafalgar? if there's a town-class destroyer, a World War II ship at Trafalgar, that'd be painful. They'd probably win it for them. And look, Dr. Clark, except someone had propulsion casualty on maiden voyage. Yes, so what? Lots of new ships have teething troubles. There's another problem with the Western development. In the nicest way, what we tend to go for a wholesale massive development and then put it in and you send it to sea and go, work now! And then, oh, it's got problems. If you consider the Chinese, they might seem to have more gradual evolution, but that means that every new iteration of ships tends to only put in one new system change. All the other systems are stuff they've already dealt with. So yes, it brings around change far more slowly, but it means any ship launched is less likely to be a dud. Or less likely to have massive issues. Because again, if you're putting a whole new system in, it's also the reason why, with the Zombots having had that and been fixed, why when I turn around and people go, how would you make the next generation destroyer able to be easily and safely built? And I go, well, I would take the Zumwalt hull and power system and propulsion and all that, and I would stick the latest variation of Arleigh Burke designs, the Flight 4 or even the Flight 4 designs that you probably are working on, stick that in the hull. And added more VLS tubes because you've got the space for it. Because then you're completely de-risked and you can pretty much start building that tomorrow. And you can upgrade as you go. But that will give you the whole space of future hypervelocity missiles. And it would give you the power supply and the operations capability you want. Whilst also giving you the air defense capabilities you need. All available right now. And then you can add in the new fancy technologies you want. Somewhat. I thought this gun system was supposed to be some extended range guided shuttle system. It was originally, then it was swapped to rail guns by Rumsfeld. And they then failed and they swapped it back to the advanced gun system. But then there was only going to be 3 ships because everyone was upset, and so they dropped that as well because maintaining that for 3 ships, even for the US Navy, was considered expensive. A better what if HMS Eagle had been around for the Falklands War, was better shaped than Ark Royal when decommissioned, might have made it in 1982, could have been interesting. It would have provided a capability. Alaski, what if the RN actually commissioned HMS Habakkuk? How miserable would her crew feel after each mission? They'd feel very, very cold. And they'd be mahusive. Plus, Habakkuk, if she'd actually existed... Well, here's the question. When would you decommission her? Also, the Americans would probably build their own as well. And you know that idea of a USS America strategic bomber launching carrier? You have it. The version of Habakkuk with nuclear reactors in it. Let's see, Man of Honor. Haven't heard that one before. I know, there's a whole weird movie. I'm not planning on repeating anything from that movie. I was being made to watch it since I've had this title. I am not planning on repeating it in any way, shape or form. Hello, King George V. She's an excellent friend, but definitely that. Anno 16365, the midway class carriers. I feel they were the mediocre ships due to the hybrid design, flight deck and hangar deck, and also satellite in the water. Am I wrong in that thinking? Nah, fairly okay, but basically it's an idea of how do you make the Essexes more like the British carrier designs history, and like the Malta class are how do you make the British design history more like the Essex's. Okay, guys, the 155mm advanced gun systems are on Zormals, but they have no ammo for them. Yeah, as they can't fire the Army 155 and various other system things. I don't know, it's fun times. No one can work together these days. Because the length of the shell being able to be fitted, the Army's one, if I'm not mistaken, is shorter than the Navy's one, because the Navy's has a different ammunition loading system. So anyway, the Navy's probably waiting for much more powerful power supplies and supercapacitors to come along. Pretty much, but that's going to be a little while. Hi, Yickers. Frank, sorry, what happened to HMS London during World War II? She's very different to look to the rest of the counties. She is pretty much fully refitted as they planned, and basically the idea was, what do we have which is the best cruiser superstructure we have available? Ooh, the Town class! And we shoved that on her to give her enough space. It also allows you to shift other stuff around inside the hull if you have that bigger superstructure. Productions, nighttime productions. Eagle had a better refit than Arcroll and was in better condition as well. I think one catapult was phantom capable, but needed a blast shield. So no much dollars to fix that. Bessif, what is Iron Brew, lol? Iron Brew is... It is just a glorious drink. It cannot really be described in any way. You either like it or hate it. If you like it, nothing else will be the same as it. Nothing else will fill your mouth quite the same way as it does. She was the first of the generation of cannon class to go into refit. The war stopped any others from getting such refit. Refit wasn't entirely successful. It was fairly successful. There were issues, but there weren't as many as... Let's put it this way. If it hadn't been a bit rushed, there would have been a lot of issues with this. They would have been sorted out. Reverend, are you running out of books to talk about? No. A lot more arriving, and I've changed the format a bit. The where could Hood have been preserved is a better question because it's so big. Surprised that KGV was not preserved in 1958, especially since Belfast was preserved later. It would have been nice if she had been. It would have been very nice if she had been. We could have done with preserving a battleship and an aircraft carrier from World War II, and a couple more destroyers. Johnson, the carriers have operational issues in Korea, forcing the reliable big guns to move to more fire support missions. Does the gunship continue in front line with carriers secondary? I think if you have rail guns around and actually working, I think you probably have them working together, which is as it always would be. Adfab, doesn't the Rock of Gibraltar count as a castle? No, it's a huge fortified space, but it's it's not a it's not really one castle. It has a castle on it. Schramak, but a large number that is total cost, and I don't actually understand clearly. This is a massive government conspiracy. Sean Mack, I'm presuming that was another question. Oh, okay. I'm presuming that's an extension of something else, but that was, yeah. Bristol Beaufort. Well, I'll quickly get that up before I talk about that in a second. Right then. Nighttime Productions. I imagine the hangar light building forward and left, and to the left of Warrior and Portsmouth were not there, and land it sits on. That make good berth for Hood. Potentially, but I prefer Liverpool. JP, what if the French and Spanish escape at Trafalgar? Do they not just run and hide in Toulon, leading to another long blockade? Was there a more decisive sailing battle? Arguably, some of the battles of Cape St. Vincent and the Moonlight Battle could be argued to be more decisive in strategic terms but no. Yeah, if they escape rather than win at Trafalgar, so if they manage to hold formation that escape the British fleet, they could well end up in Toulon, in which case they would be facing a far larger combined fleet of British ships sitting outside, because Nelson would probably combine his fleet with the fleet that's already at Toulon. Well, no, because Toulon's in the Mediterranean, isn't it? I have a feeling if they escape, they probably head for La Rochelle, Rochefort area, Bordeaux, more than Toulon, because they'd have to pass back well. You see, they'd have to pass back through Gibraltar for that. So maybe back into Cadiz. But I think they would, if they were trying to race away, they'd try and race up to the Bay of Biscay area, because they try and deliver on their their orders. And look, you're riding my hobby horse on defense technology development acquisition. It'd be fun if they built HMS Warrior, your HMS Warrior concept at Stafford Thompson. It really would be. Drax said the berth next to Warrior would leave Hood poking out too far from the into the shipping channel. Yeah, it would. Try Liverpool. Hello, Jack Ray. I wonder how the knowledge has been retained from the Zorn for future generations. Technical documentation is a difficult thing to get correct. They have a bit more stuff than that. As I said, I think they could build them to start up a building construction without too much difficulty of them. Paul Bestwick, if you had the power, what changes would you make to the Type 26 batch to order? I'd add a 6th one on. I'd leave them as they are. They're fairly... For a frigate design, the Type 26s are fine. I might say I would like more of a Canadian length hull, but I would probably leave the weapon systems exactly the same. I'm more interested in the Type 83s, and as I said, again, if I had my way, we would be basically doing a Zumwalt hull for that as well, because frankly, again, we have the documentation. I would hand it over to Camel Lerds and go build a British version of this. You can build the first 3, and then I'll transfer it over to BAE to build the next 6. After we've churned down the design, so you can take your time, make sure it's okay, and then I have other things for you to build. Thanks, Bonner. I just learned that Kenneth Campbell is and his attack on Gneisenau. What else did the Bristol Beaufort do? Well, let's talk about the Bristol Beaufort. Let me just get that up. Bam, ba, dum, ba. Here we go, is the Bristol Beaufort. Cool looking little aircraft, aren't they? Now, what else did they get up to? Many, many things. The Bristol Beaufort is one of the great twin-engine Bristol models, and again, I am going to be doing a profile on the Bristol Airplane Company like I've done with others later on, probably this year, maybe next year, depends on when I get around to it. They were part of Coastal Command, but also the Fleet Air Arm operated a few. They were used as torpedo bombers, conventional bombers, and mine layers until 1942. And then they're used as a trainer aircraft. Their variants include the Bristol Beaufighter. They're developed from the Bristol Blenheim. And of course, the Beaufighter ends up in service for many, many years. The Beaufighter also is a torpedo bomber. They are they're a very stable and useful aircraft for the first couple of years of the war. There are approximately 1,100 built in the UK and 700 more of them built in Australia. So the Beauforts really are critical aircraft around the world for what the Commonwealth forces are doing. They take part in the attack on 21st of June when they attack Scharnhorst off the Norwegian coast. They also take part in 1941 in an air raid on Brest against Gneisenau. In 1941 they also attack, this is a 22 squadron, who seem to get into quite a lot of these things, were sent out to find Lutzow and her escort of 4 destroyers, and they do find them, but not many destroyers manage to find them. But they attack Lutzow, managed to hit over a torpedo, and Lutzow took 6 months to repair. And then there's Operation Cerberus, where they get involved again. They have them in Singapore as well. And they attacked Prince Eugen. They get into a lot of things. They also have a lot of fun in the Mediterranean, and you cannot put orders. 39 Squadron, which initially are equipped with Bristol Blenheims and Martin Marylands, but then are Beaufort Mark 1s in August 1941 onwards. They take part in crippling the merchant ship Victoria, which is later sunk by Albacores. They were almost involved in various operations around Matapan, and they do manage to cripple a few Italian heavy cruisers around war. And in the Pacific, they have even more fun. I'm not getting into too much detail because I want to cover more about these aircraft later on. But they are pretty cool. Admittedly, though, to me they do look like the Hampton a little bit. In that design, kind of scaled up or scaled down Hamptons, but yeah, they're cool. Journey 64. Pykrete. Did someone suggest nuclear-powered refrigeration plants? Yep. Speaking of movies, okay. Having wanted to ask this on Twitter, but didn't want your page to explode about it. Have you honestly not seen The Princess Bride yet? Yes, I've honestly managed to avoid The Princess Bride. Jeffy, what if the 1942 Dieppe raid goes off on time and is a success? Is there a cross-Channel invasion in 1943? Well, it would depend on how the Germans reacted to it and how the Allies reacted to it. The Germans reacted to a successful Dieppe raid by massively upgrading their defences along the coast, that would push the Allies to probably have to grow D-Day even more, which actually might delay D-Day. But if the Germans react to it by going, we beat them off, they threw this, they managed to achieve this, but we threw them out, so we're superior, then that might mean it can be sped up. And they might actually be able to take a port, which would possibly change where and how they're attacking, because that's the big thing about Dieppe. If once they decide they can't take a port, that changes what beaches you go and attack, and of course it brings in the whole harbour systems they take with them. So let's put it this way. It doesn't so much matter whether the Allies are successful or not at Dieppe. What matters is the German reaction to it. If the Germans react to Dieppe, if the Allies are successful by reinforcing everything, then it's delayed. If the Germans react to Dieppe losing, and actually that's how the Germans do react in many ways. They react to Dieppe even though they win by reinforcing everywhere and really worrying about the Atlantic Wall. It sounds like, to be honest, a PT boat could probably win 4 torpedoes into each of the lead ships, and the rest would run. PT boats tended to only carry 4 torpedoes, and they don't tend to carry reloads, so probably not. But a single torpedo might work. Okay. Animal 16365. I need to come to England and try and brew. You can find it in a few places. When I hear town class, I think of US destroyers and Commonwealth service for reason. Right, because Canada had some. Potentially. I tend to think of cruisers. John Shea, my god, nuclear-powered HMS Habakkuk with B-52s. Whole carrier wings and a long-lasting hull, enough to give nations heart attacks and shipping companies a lack of anger management. It would certainly cause fun. JP, what if Iron Brew had not been invented? Do not speak of such a disturbing occurrence. Is it true that modern British sarcasm came from the terrors of World War One? Odds are we've been sarcastic for a very, very long time before that. Honestly, the Royal Navy has run on sarcasm for many, many years. So, yes, sarcasm's been around a little bit longer than that. Frank Spanner, to Dr. C and what the rest of the chat, what is your opinion of bagpipes? I enjoy it under certain circumstances. I thought the bagpipes at the Duke of Edinburgh's funeral were amazing. I'm quite proud of bagpipes, I have to say, in many respects. I do enjoy them. When they were played well, they are really, really well played and really good. Whenever I hear beginners playing bagpipes, usually I want to run far. But that could be just the particular beginner I've heard playing bagpipes, who thankfully gave up after 3 months. The whole family was very, very happy to hear that. For starters, we could stop becoming bulk investors in earplugs. Read British sarcasm. What little I remember about Johnson joking about his lost body part now tells me it predates World War One. Yes. Fam, historical kind of action. What if you had a workable helicopters in the early 30s? If you have workable helicopters, which you actually could have. There were a lot of works going on around helicopters. You were only talking about moving them forward 10 years or so. It changes ASW warfare quite heavily. It certainly makes the Jaws submarines a lot more difficult. and makes the conversion of ships to becoming escort carriers that much easier. Seneca, how important were river ships in Europe, like on Danube and Rhine? Important logistically. Fighting-wise, the Russians probably got more use of theirs. And of course, also helicopters would have probably replaced seaplanes quite quickly in terms of providing spotting for battleships, etc., which could again change their design. Because again, you don't need the catapult. You have a helicopter, which takes a lot of weight off it. And you don't need to. You can be searching, and your helicopter can land back on. You don't need to scoop it up. So, honestly, the odds are, if you have helicopters on battleships, you have aircraft on battleships for a lot longer. Graham Handler, any thoughts on over-the-horizon gunfire support? I like it. It's a very good way to provide yourself with fire support. Seawench, the Beaufighter was better. Of course it was better. It was developed after this, from this. The Beaufort is a lovely aircraft, and the Beaufighter is the next generation, so it should be better. If it wasn't better, it would be called the Albacore, and we'd be talking about the Swordfish. Lucy Fusion, hello. Yes, Bristol Beauforts are unappreciated because the Mosquito stole all the twin-engine affection love. That's true, but the Mosquito is kind of special. Strepila, on the 16th of September 1805, Villeneuve received orders from Napoleon to sail the combined fleet from Cadiz to Naples. On 18th of October 1805, he finally ordered the combined fleet to sail for Naples. Yeah. Yes and no. I still don't think he would have been heading for Naples. I think he was heading south once he sailed from Cadiz, yes, but the trouble is, and this is going to sound strange, sailing to Naples, Villeneuve gets replaced. He knows that. If he gets he gets the combined fleet closer to England, he might save his post. But, Senegnero, should the HMS Queen Elizabeth have swordfish on her? I think Dan Freeman and Drac would potentially love it. I myself could only see it as a good thing for special occasions, but it might be nice for a special occasion to have her on, have a swordfish to land on her and take off. Paul Johnson, the Beaufighter dropped the tricolour on the Arc de Triomphe and Place de Concorde while strapping the naval headquarters in 1942, reminding the Parisians they weren't forgotten. I guess the Beaufort turret was felt to be not too useful, as the Beaufighter did not seem to need it all, or its extra weight. Not really. See, Winch, there is a lot of cool footage of Beaufighters in the Med attacking surface ships, followed around somewhere on YouTube. That'd be quite cool to spot around. Senator Canera, I found a footage of HMS Barham exploding on YouTube. Absolutely harrowing stuff. It will be. Drapilla, yes, Villeneuve was to be removed for delaying, so sailed immediately. On receiving news, his replacement was on the way. I think he was right though. Cadiz was the best base. I am not going to watch The Princess Bride. It's in the nicest way. If I ended up watching it, it would be with my little cousins because they wanted to watch it. Not me. It's like I only think I watched only one of the movies with Anne Hathaway as a princess in. And that was because of my cousin. Next one, what was the goal of the Dieppe raid? To see if we could take out support or not. That was the entire role of the raid. See if they could take a port. So, Nicanera, what would be possible names in a 4-ship Habakkuk class? Well, it's definitely a strike carrier. If it enters service when it's likely to, Ark Royal will probably come into one. But other 3 might well be other famous war losses, depending on when they're building it. It could well be a sort of Glorious, Courageous, and Hood. Ark Royal, Glorious, Courageous, and Hood might well be it. Just here. Possibly to go grab a copy of the latest Ultra Machine. It was based on St. Nazaire raid, which was much a meat grinder. The ep was supposed to happen at night too, marked as a test raid. It was to decide if they could take a port. That was the whole point of the ep raid. Landing with armour, everything needed to try and take a port. Professor, I've been paying too much hard time. What were the Canada invasion defences like in Cardiff during the war? They were there. Most of the idea was that if the enemy reached Cardiff, there was more problems happening than just the enemy invading. Yes, I've seen Kelly's Heroes. Tell someone you love them today, but scream it in Klingon, because life is short and terrifying. That is definitely Drakinafel. Jeff Wheeler, what if Scotland does not join Great Britain, so the Scotland and England stay a dual monarchy? What is Scotland's fate of Scottish Navy? Was there a Scottish Navy at the time? Not really, mainly because Scotland was going bankrupt, which was the entire reason they joined England. Honestly, if they stay a dual monarchy, then Scotland ends up in special measures. Thanks for it. What may be the oldest battle that is still continuously celebrated today? Well, I do like to say Happy Trafalgar Day to people, but I'm fairly sure there's a few older battles there. A few older battles were transformed. The Americans have some battles they like to talk about. Honestly, though, my betting is if the oldest battles anyone probably celebrates to this day, I would say arguably are some of the ones in the Balkans. And that sort of area, some of them have battles which go back to them fighting the Ottomans a long, long time ago that they still have occasional celebrations on, as far as I understand it. Because, and the reason I would just like to add, because reason Scotland was going bankrupt at the time was mostly because of the way its economy was structured under the dual monarchy, and the way that, honestly, the dual monarchy had meant that most of the smart nobles were snapped up by the king, going in the court. The court spent more time down in England than in Scotland, meant they were more available to deal with problems for England, and it meant that the people left running Scotland were mostly the people who were very happy to be big fish in a small pond, and those people tend to not be the greatest people for running a country. So it's not something inherently wrong with Scotland, it's inherently wrong with the people who are running and the way it was set up. And the trouble is, I would also say, is that the dual monarchy and the way it's reformed in Britain with the Act of Union, etc., doesn't really, it doesn't get rid of that systemic problem. And I would argue part of the trouble you still have to this day with Scotland is that you still have a lot of those people running Scotland. And I can say this as I have so many Scottish family, and I love Scotland. And I'm not saying everyone like that is everyone running Scotland is like that. I'm just saying there's more of them than their fair share, which is cruel for Scotland. Send a Canary to all the little cousins watching. Please force Uncle Alex to watch The Princess Bride. And Rapid Race back. We need to loop the girlfriend into the Princess Bride plan. No, you will never succeed with the girlfriend. I love her dearly. She loves me. She'll never do that. The little cousins might try, but I'll be on to them. Dan Freeman, I'm afraid I'm going to have to dual screen you with the football. Sorry, that just distresses me. But as long as I'm not watching football, we're fine. You talked about WWII and a swarm of Brit sailors fighting on the coast. What about these coast battles? What can you say? What more can you say? Well, let's see. It's the sort of battle which you really, really don't want to get involved in. The reason I know more about the battle user and I'm sort of quite as keen as I am is I actually had family who were involved in it in World War One, and there is a lot of stuff which is talked about officially and a lot of stuff which is talked about unofficially. The whole point of this battle and the Battle of Yser is that the Germans are trying to get down the coast. And Britain officially sends in 3 monitors and various auxiliary ships. The French send in roughly 6,500 troops, of which 1,500 infantry, and the Belgians send in 52,000. The Germans, depending on who you're reading, are supplying between 60 to 85,000 troops. So they definitely don't have enough troops, really, to do it. But they are well-trained troops, well-motivated, and they haven't been as badly damaged as the Belgian and French command structures have by this point. And it's a massive retreat. Let's see if I can get it on there. Change this to a Battle of Yser. Now, again. Hello. So, as you can see, in this operation, the Germans are slowly getting closer and closer, not just the whole way through Belgium and to the Yser River, but the whole way up the coast. And this is the point at which the Royal Navy really starts to get involved. And you get the monitors coming in close, you get auxiliary ships supporting the monitors, and you get sailors going ashore and providing ad hoc parties. I.e., they see the Germans advancing, they see their Belgian allies on the threat, they go ashore. So you have a lot of fighting going on the coast. And it's not unusual. You have to remember, the British sailors up to this point have been fighting in land wars quite regularly. The Boer War, the Boxer Rebellion, all these things have seen large contingents of naval sailors, formed up into units and sent ashore to fight. As artillery, as engineers, as infantry. So you have a lot of personnel who are actually well trained in ground combat for the time. But I think I'm going to do a special about the Battle of Yser at some point as well. That's something I'm going to deal with. Frank, Many 640, why do you think the Dieppe failed? Honestly, the person in charge of it didn't think it through enough. And of course, the person in charge of it was Mountbatten. Oh, God, I love him. Mountbatten. Re-helicopter. Even the Austro-Hungarian monarchy had working prototypes, namely the PKZ-1 and 2. Yes, they did, but nothing they could actually produce. Not sure why Dan Freeman's brought up the Battle of the Boyne. Seneca, there's a celebration on the Battle of the Teutoburg Forest sometimes. Yeah, but I don't think that's been a continuous thing. That's something which has come about more recently. There hasn't been a continuous celebration of the Teutoburg Forest. And the Greeks, again, don't tend to... They honour battles, but they don't celebrate them. If you're talking about a celebration of a battle, you know. Special measures? Graham Hanlon. He means redcoats come north and do what they did after the Battle of Culloden. Not really, and you have to remember a lot of the redcoats who did that after the Battle of Culloden were actually Lowlander Scots from a different clans who just didn't like their northern clans. It's kind of like Edward I's conquest of Wales, which is actually more the southern Welsh with English backup conquering the northern Welsh because they don't like them that much. It's similar with what happens after Culloden. Special measures means that the Scottish government might have been continuing as an independent state, but financially and in every other important way, they would have been answering to the English government. Because the English would have had all the money. And it would have basically been a continuing, ongoing system of the English sending money to keep the Scottish government afloat. And the English government would have to be prepared to do that without having the ability to influence rules and regulations in Scotland. So, if they couldn't directly do that through legislation, i.e. an Act of Union, they would be doing it indirectly by pretty much installing a puppet government. It wouldn't necessarily require special measures or troops, although there would be redcoats probably wandering around, but that's probably because the Scottish wouldn't have the money to have their own army, so the only way you could secure Scotland and police it at that time would be if you were using English army, which would be redcoats. That's the trouble when countries which are part of other countries go bankrupt. You see, a whole nation can't go bankrupt, theoretically. There are actual ways where they can, in reality, be bankrupt. But the thing is, a section of a country can go bankrupt if the finances are sufficiently diluted and they are tied economically sufficiently with another nation which is performing in different economic ways better. This is half the trouble with the euro, which is why there has to be continuing, ongoing redistribution in some respects of finances. Shamak, did the RN ever use a battlecruiser against pirates? I think HMS Renown did have some fun with battlecruisers in the Far East at one point. Calvin Gansford, oldest battle. Have you heard of the bells at noon today? Today, check. Siege of Belgrade, or Nerval del Del. Nendoravari Vadadel. Yeah, I think it's definitely somewhere in the Balkans. They really do remember their battles and celebrate them. Oh no, Battle of New Orleans. It encapsulates the whole messed up nature of War of 1812. Having been fought after the peace treaty signed. I think that's a bit late, and I don't think it's really celebrated. Sam Johnson, wasn't Henry VIII from Mark's Bond having Scotland? A man can achieve great things once he rids himself of. I don't think so. So, you will never succeed with your girlfriend. No, my girlfriend would never give in on a Princess Bride. I don't think that's the sort of movie she'd want to watch. Scorpion 26511. Hello, Scorpion. With the 3 announced Constellation class frigates following the names of the first 6 US frigates, do you expect the next 3 will do the same? I wouldn't be surprised if they tried that. It'd be rather nice. Jeff Bitter, best movie about the Royal Navy, Battle of River Plate. Best television series about the Royal Navy, Hornblower. Jeff Bitter, what if Dr. Clarke writes a series of young adult novels based on the life of Michael Clapp? That would be a series and a half. Jeff Bitter, should Michael Clapp replace Prince Philip as Admiral of the Fleet? That would be cool, but I don't think he needs to. Plus, I think he's rather busy sorting out other things for next year's anniversary. Well, I think honestly there were a lot of mixed feelings about the Americans in the UK during World War II. A lot, because most people could simultaneously feel very happy the Americans were over here and liking having their allies over here and ready to fight war with them, whilst also simultaneously worrying what changes were going on in the country thanks to them being over here. The Americans were also worried about the changes which would go on their personnel through being over in Britain. Specifically, some people worried that especially the British obsession with not having divisions like you are coloured people can only go in one section of bar, non-coloured in the other bar, and fierce segregation, although there was certainly a lot of cultural segregation imposed, but definitely no legal, and certainly not as widespread as perhaps you might think it would have been. The segregation did cause trouble for the Americans in terms of looking at their own things. So, how do I put it? Humanity is complex. We can often maintain more than one opinion on any subject. You have to worry about people when they only have one opinion on any subject. For example, for me, on the environment, this is what I do. I believe in conservation of our natural resources. I believe in conservation of the planet and looking after wildlife. I believe in being as environmentally friendly as I can be. Do I believe that necessarily all the green targets and all the things that we're setting and the huge cost we're pushing forward is necessarily the right way to go? Meeting those targets. Not always, because sometimes I think they are going for a very centralised, top-down approach, when they'd almost be better going for a bottom-up approach. An easy example is I use this. Recycling. Now, I've been recycling for a lot longer than there has been separate recycling bins given out to houses in the UK. Why? Because it makes sense. Because, frankly, recycling makes sense. It saves on resources. It's strategically sound. And it makes me feel a bit good. Because I feel like I'm doing my bit to help the planet. That's all without rules and regulations and fines achieved. So I sometimes think, because of the need for modern politics, especially with the 24-hour news and all the things going on, to be seen to be doing something means they are overly obsessed with the centralised, top-down, we are doing this approach, when actually a better thing to structure would be a bottom-up approach. And I also hate it when people turn it into a left-right debate, when actually it isn't. Because, honestly, the people who should be most keen on things like renewable power, renewables as power sources and all those things, should be conservatives. Because energy is the great big weakness of all modern economies. If you want to be energy secure, you need to look at renewables. In the nicest way, that means you also need to look at nuclear power, but that seems to be beyond the pale for so many people. But renewables are a key part of it. And let's be honest, here is a dirty little secret. Think about it from this perspective. An individual windmill at sea might be easier to damage. But think about versus a power station. But let's say you launch an attack and you take out 5 of 1,000 windmills. You're going to have not taken out that many, and you have to go back and rearm. But the same aircraft dropping the same weapons could probably take out a single gas power station. So, again, strategically, it makes a lot of sense. So this is the point I make. People are complicated, and it goes to back to the same when you're talking about the various comments given for being for the Americans and Brits over here. As the phrase that over here, oversexed and sexed and overpaid. Well, the thing was, originally that wasn't applied to the Americans. No, that was applied to the Canadians first, because they were paid more than the Brits. Canadian government paid their people more than than the British government paid theirs, and they were over here first. So that's the other thing. The Americans are not the first, and are not the only major contingent. They are possibly the largest, but there are lots of other Commonwealth forces in Britain for a long time, and Allied forces. We sort of, by the time the Americans showed up, we were kind of accustomed to having them. And as Stephen Winters also point, if they were lucky enough to be near a big gun station, they could profit from and get loads of meats and veggies that otherwise were heavily rationed, and other things as well. So Johnson, I think it was James VI and first who said that. I think left Scotland for England, never went back. To an extent, that was probably because the English were far more tolerant of his relationships than the Scottish were. Graham Hanna, do you think if it came down to it, would all nations countries stand and actually fight? I personally have my doubts. I do too. But then I remember the doubts expressed by people in the 1930s. About the British, especially after things like the debates in the Oxford Union about whether it was right to die for king and country anymore. And those people, the people in those debates, still went and fought, and the British fought, So the thing is, whilst it's academic, you can express all sorts of opinions. But once the lead starts hitting the flesh, it can change things very quickly. Got comments. A lot of minor grumblings are most appreciated. Yeah. Frank Sparrow. Is it true the colour Mountbatten pink is named after him? Yes. Grant, I'm joking, Dr. A. My degree is in Scots history and it wasn't just one clan. Not right, lol. My degree is in Scots and it wasn't just one. No. In fact, at one point, I'm descended from 2 clans, and they were on both sides of the Culloden fight. So, in fact, both clans were on both sides of the Culloden fight. They did the classic clan thing of the elder sons were on what their primary opinion was, but the second sons appeared fighting for the other side. Just in case. You know, just in case. I'm not getting into Mountbatten. I don't want to end up swearing on here. Sherlock, why are you so against watching The Princess Bride anyways? I'm against watching any movie I don't have to which has the phrase princess in it. Go on, guys. Was Scottish coinage separate to English coinage at this point of the colour of the Yacht Union? Yes, it was. Still is to this day. They have their own versions of the English money. They produce their own notes, although it's controlled by the Bank of England because it's a unified nation. Hey, Carl Guys, that could be fun. Rapper, watch Jamie's video on Elsa Scores. Where was the escort? And if no escort, who sent her out with one? Out one. Well, a joy about HMS Glorious. She was out there with 2 destroyers, and it was her own commanding officer who'd requested she go back home. And before the escort, she was supposed to be going with. But again, we can put the blame down to the Lord Corkenori, who basically let anyone go. She shouldn't have been going along on her own. She should have been with a battleship, and that would have changed things. But there again, if she'd been with another senior officer, they might have been going, "Why are you not flying a cap? You imbecile! Get some aircraft up. We want to know what's going on around us." Both destroyers died defending Glorious. Hello, Counterface. Shermack, I've answered that one. Frank's on it. World War I and World War II have just ended. What do the winning navies do for the next few years before tensions rise again? Cut ships and invest in new ones. That's what they did in both. And catch up on paperwork, as Dan Trim says. Chance of Tom Hanks and you getting hands on HMS Belfast and HMS Radar for a World War II movie? Oh, well, they're both fairly close during the Battle of Haida isn't, but her siblings are, and she could play her siblings. Both are fairly close during the are involved actually in the Battle of North Cape and the sinking of the Scharnhorst. So, you know. J. Philip, the Scottish Navy in the 1690s. 5 merchant ships as part of the Darien, 4 lost in In 1696, a regular navy of 3 warships to protect local shipping. Ships and some staff joined the RN or the Russians. A lot of Scottish officers ended up joining the Russians, but they also ended up serving in the Royal Navy as well. It kind of went backwards and forwards. You have to remember this long tradition of Royal Navy officers going off and serving elsewhere in peacetime. So much. The problem, okay, hatred is a strong word, but definitely was having a long dispute with his air group commander and wasn't the best at air warfare and didn't really understand what carriers were for. So, that's the problem with Glorious. And fam, yes, they were. Hello, Richard. I watched that too. Captain earlier wanted to get a VC by engaging Graf's Bay with Glorious's 4.7-inch guns. He also did not believe in standing patrols or taking advice from anyone. He gets a lot of the blame, justifiably. A lot of the Cambridge types went off to war and fought bravely. Again, you must remember the Cambridge spy ring is very, very small. It's very, very small compared to the number of Cambridge graduates. Jeff Miller, for North Americans, kissing was casual and an end in itself. And for Brits, if we are kissing, we are now going all the way right now. Both thought the other oversexed. Yeah. This is the other thing we forget. The number of British officers and British personnel deployed to America for various things, and were very successful over there by all accounts. Shonak, it is not like that. It isn't chat trolling. It's a pretty good movie. It's also the origin of the phrase "Don't start a land war in Asia." I'm sure it's not the origin of the phrase "Don't start a land war in Asia." Fairly sure that's been around for a lot longer than that. There's been a movie. Then there have been movies. Oh, good. No. I will look forward then to the plead on Twitter, but I'm not going for it. Shormack, the Kagger tried his best to get along, but he had been literally stripped of role and confined to his quarters. So he can't really do much more at that point. And that had been because he'd requested permission to maintain a cap. Sam Johnson. Okay, everyone. Now we have another thing to do social media about. Tom Hanks to do the Battle of North Cape with Dr. Clark as advisor. That'd be fun. Let's see. Yeah. Doesn't hurt when your father has been First Sea Lord. It does tend to assist with your rise, even if they have had to go because of their name. Although, actually, I think Battenberg was a far better First Sea Lord than who took over after him for the World War he was fighting, because honestly, Fisher was better at that point at being a politician. Just be like, I've read that Glorious's captain claimed he lacked the fuel to hang about, waiting for an escort or to put up a cap. He also had a pilot's license and claimed to be a flying expert. He claimed many things. Movie which most did the Royal Navy a disservice. Many of the Pirates of the Caribbean one, because I honestly don't think how they realised quite how close the Royal Navy would have quite happily come to being pirates if they had the chance and thought they could get away with it. Sorry, what? Stripped of role and confined to quarters for requesting to maintain a cap? Yes, because they didn't need to. I have a feeling if he hadn't have died, he would have been dealt with in other ways. There are many ways to get rid of an officer who's causing problems without causing a big fuss. Retirement, posting to a nice ministry somewhere, preferably far away from an actual job. You know, there are lots of options. Mm-hmm. Let's see. Shumack, so why was the senior officer so intent on getting rid of the air group commander so badly if he did have any authority and wasn't doing anything? Principally because he was disagreeing with him. And he wasn't the sort of captain who liked anyone to disagree with him. Thanks for that. What are any important contributions to naval warfare the French go to world? Shiguna coal is an interesting idea. Not saying it works, but it's an interesting idea. Basically, the French give a lot of the mission fighting concepts are thanks to the French. Thanks for that. When does a joke become a dad joke? No idea, but I know I tell quite a lot of dad jokes and I'm not a dad yet. The Iron hid the truth of glorious. Not really. It just wasn't really discussed much. You have to remember, Royal Navy carriers don't get covered a lot by anyone. Mostly because everyone associates carriers as they want to sell books with the Americans. Take care, Jellingworth. I think the air group commander had refused to attack shore targets the captain wanted on the basis they were stupid and the aircraft weren't suited to it. Yeah. That had been one of the long-running arguments. Grandma asked Dr. A about Dr. Admiral Somerville. Well, all the admirals sent to America, King ended up getting on with to an extent. Noble he respected. Liked to have an argument with him, but I respect. Somerville he downright became friends with. Quite disturbing. Adfab, when a major source of naval income comes from prize ships, you're always staying close to piracy. Pretty much. No, Jeff Beeler, the air group commander was on board her. I think he went down as well. No, the other Commander Air had been and the acting Commander Air was also was being ignored. Yeah, you're right. And the guy aboard who was acting as Commander Air had been, wasn't he? Fun times. It's just, yeah. Just a nightmare. Unfortunately, he was a very good submariner who had learned as a submariner you don't listen to other people, you have to make a decision. And the thing was, he really didn't understand air power. If I wanted to exile an Aryan officer, who was the problem? Where do I send them? The Caribbean. And May 1640, what carrier was that aboard? Glorious. And did they actually not need a cap? Or did his superior just mistakenly think so? The captain just thought so. So the CAG who had trained his air group wasn't there. He was back in Scarpa, and the acting CAG, who I forget, one of the squadron commanders was acting. As CAG, was completely ignored. I remember that I've done some reading around it, and it was kind of interesting. And there's yeah. Operation Paul theory. Which theory about Operation Paul are we talking about? Yeah. Hmm. Oh, no. So, I believe the real reason is Churchill's Operation Paul. So I've just found the Operation Paul as put forward by Ben Barker, who certainly has put forward an argument. Let's see. No. Okay, it's a nice idea and it's a nice theory, but I don't think it would have actually been done. And I think if you're going to do these things, you would do it a different way. So it's a Churchill plan, certainly, but I don't think it was actually carried out. So I don't think Operation Paul does make sense. It has an idea, but well, as you say, there is enough really to save away, and I have to do a lot more research to be sure. But nicest way, there are other carriers around, and if you're going to send a carrier off, this is the thing. This is why I think she's going back, because if she was going to do something like Operation Paul, she would at least have had a cruiser with her as escort, if not something heavier, because she's sailing towards the enemy. The only reason you let a carrier go out with such a light escort is if she's sailing home. Anton, what's your ultimate screen door on a submarine moment or equipment from history? There are so many. Mostly people going to the toilet on submarines and managing to flood their ships. No, the commander was at the carrier group was at commander was at home on house arrest. The deputy commander was, I think, confined on the ship, from what I understand. Old Richard, were the quadruple turrets in Dunkirk as unreliable as those on Nicholas? At first they were, yes. Right, he also had like an 18-hour long discussion with Cunningham, which doesn't happen unless you at least have some respect for the other person's ideas. Not sure. Is it raining outside? Yes, it is for me. Basically, there is the carrier group. The official carrier group, Steve Windrush, anyone who's asking, is at home waiting on trial in the Orkneys on the house arrest. And the squadron commander who's been acting as carrier group commander is, I think, confined. I think the story is confined to his quarters over it. He's basically solely working through. He's also filed disciplinary charges, I think, against his other squadron commanders as well. So pretty much every air officer on his ship. Damn, fun times. You keep saying that. I don't think it means what you think it does. It does if you work with the Royal Navy. I would argue 4C is not really as embarrassing as it's made out to be. And for starters, there's a lot of stuff said about Tom Phillips which is wrong. He's not that brilliant a thing, but there is a lot of stuff said about him which is just plain wrong. Alexandria is definitely the bravery of the Italians. And I would argue even Glorious, as embarrassing as it is, no, I would say Ark Royal, lost through bad damage control, is more embarrassing than Glorious. Or Courageous' losses, actually. Sam Thompson, hello Samuel. I haven't seen you before, Tim. Hi. Met HMS Hermes survivor who was aboard during the attack of Ceylon, which was attacked. Terrifying to get dunked by 60 IJ and dive bombers without so much as a cap above. That is. Would the air group of Glorious have been right to mutiny? It could have certainly been interesting. Basically, his main objection to them was that several of them had been Royal Air Force and therefore didn't understand the practicalities of naval warfare. The dual command structure of the Fleet Air Arm coming to back to bite it, even though it wasn't anyone's fault. And he actually has arguments with a lot of the observers as well, who were always Royal Navy, and were particularly scathing about him. I think the problem, if we go back to the whole Operation Pool idea, is, well, so, the idea of operational pool, and if I'm reading this from hmsglorious.com, so that's where I've gone and got it from. Is aircraft launched from carriers sitting off the Norwegian would fly across Scandinavian peninsula to lay mines, blocking ore exports from Swedish Baltic port of Luleå. The operation would have to wait until June 1940 because in May it was still frozen. This is one of the reasons why the Germans want to control Narvik, because Narvik, and it's critical, is the, believe it or not, the best access port, because the primary port, which they use in Sweden, gets iced over for much of the year. Now, here's the thing. The account on this page itself makes the point that Churchill doesn't mention Operation Paul in his memoirs. He talks about Operation Catherine, a different operation. And Operation Paul is only actually ever discussed by Professor Thomas Munch Peterson and Captain Peter Hoare. And neither of their accounts connects Operation Paul to the loss of Glorious Aunt and Lancaster. Now, I haven't met Thomas Munch Peterson, but he's got a fairly good reputation. But I know Peter Hall, and I would say this: you will have hard going to find a more thorough, hard-working researcher than Peter Hall when it comes to putting his books and his accounts together. So if he had found anything which possibly could link it to the loss of Glorious and Ardent Lancaster, he more than likely would have. He's also well versed in the Royal Navy backdoor network and chatting with people. So, in other words, he would have found stuff out. I'm not saying that others aren't as good as him with the research. There are a fair number, but he's definitely level pegging with all the best in terms of the hardest researching. Now, Courageous' loss to U-boat attack just 2 weeks after war was declared in 1939, and because of her doing anti-submarine operations. Not sensible of a fleet carrier, but that was the only carriers they had. Now the thing is, in June 1940, they still have Furious and they have Ark Royal. I don't know. And it's all based around the idea of Drax and various other things, Admiral Drax and various other things getting involved. Long-range fuel tanks. 12 sets refers to long-range fuel tanks needed to give Glorious and Swordfish the extra rate it reached the carried Operation Pull. No. It gets very interesting. Yeah, no. I'm sorry, but yeah. It's one of those operations which I have no doubt Winston Churchill came up with, but I have also no doubt that it was likely not implemented, because there are a lot of officers involved for this to try and be implemented like that. And it's going to sound strange, but if you're going to do it, you're going to not do it with the older ship. You're going to do it with Ark Royal, which has the Vice Admiral aboard, and would have been quite happy to do it. Because the thing is, lots of ships would have been happy to do it. But if you were going to send a ship out detached like that, you only have to look at whenever ships get detached out on combat missions, they have an even Courageous, when she's sunk, has more destroyers with her than Glorious does. No. Oh, Richard, were Bar and Malaya intended to be modernised a la Queen Elizabeth, Warspite and Valiant? Yes. Southampton, Doc Clark. If society has to expand militarily by 40 times, as the US in early World War II, I would expect a lot more incompetence than usual when end up as military officers. Oh, yes. But that happens. That's history. Sadly enough, they do. Dan Freeman. You're right in thinking the R-Class were going to be replaced by the KGVs in Alliance. But Barham and Malair were going to be modernised. And the reason they were going to be modernised is the RN, especially the Naval Treaties, they were slowly walking through the modernisation. And it was being made a decision on how to keep the fleet going. Because bringing in the KGVs, well, the trouble is the decision will be made to make those 14-inch guns. So until you have enough Lions in service, you still have a lot of 14-inch guns, which may or may not be... They should prove okay. In theory, they prove okay, but no one's quite sure. So expect Malay and Brahm to receive an upgrade. Probably closer to Valiant's upgrade than Warspite or Queen Elizabeth's. Haven't seen the Tomorrow War yet. Jeff Beeler, the fact the British did not know Charnosh and Eisenhower were at sea was part of the problem with Godler's loss. Yes, but still, if you're sending Glorious off on operation, you put a lot more security in it. And Jeff Beeler has pointed out Captain Guy Dale Hughes was a submarine specialist and had only 10 months' experience in aircraft carrier operations, most of which he'd spent fighting and getting rid of his various senior air officers. Shumack, it's been a while since I read it, but I believe it's pointed out that all the Fleet Air Arms carrier-trained mine-laying train squadrons were inglorious, which seems super circumstantial, and also is twaddle. Because every single one of their squadrons, which were bomber squadrons, were trained to drop mines. I'm sorry, that's just wrong. You know, that's just wrong. There is no... As I've been over before many times, Royal Navy squadrons are all trained to fly at night. All their bomber squadrons, all their torpedo spotter reconnaissance squadrons, all their TSRs are trained to drop mines, and they're trained to drop bombs, and they're trained to drop torpedoes. Because that's part of the arsenal. The RN doesn't do this thing of having specialist squadrons. You might say they have some of their more some of the people who've written more papers and who are therefore considered leading lights of mine-laying warfare are in a certain squadron, but they're not the specialists. They don't have specialists. The fact they didn't know is fairly criminal, as Her Majesty's trawler Juniper put up a brave fight. These things happen. It's pre-satellites, there isn't enough aerial reconnaissance going on, and Norway's turning into a bit of a nightmare. A number of British ships were sailing independently at the time of Glorious' loss. Troops transport Armad, the tank oiler Pioneer, and Mysore trawler H&T were also sunk. Yes, but they weren't. And again, they were all those ones sailing independently, barring Juniper, and Juniper's a trawler, it's supposedly a warship, were supposed to be heading home. Okay, they were supposed to be going back to safety, i.e. getting out of the area of operations. Dan Freeman, just mean men who would make fine barristers, clerks, grocers, construction workers act in peacetime. Not necessarily real warriors, even with training uniforms. They work hard at it, though. They need experience. And that's the thing. They do their best. And it tends to be, if they have any natural talents at all, they start to rise. So usually you'll find those ones who are least well suited will be at the lowest levels. So they will have the least impact. Dan Freeman, do we need an Iron version of Plan Z to look at what the Iron would have had for war in 1942 or 48 probably set out? That could be an interesting one for me and Drac to work on together. Jeff Phillip, Glorious only carried 9 Sea Gladiators of 802 and 6 Swordfish from 823 Sword and self-defense. Time for sinking. I'm not sure about that one. I think that might be overstating the reduction in her air group. She had the Hurricanes of 46 Squadron aboard, which makes things fun. And she had 10 Gladiators of 263 Squadron. Aboard. Which is another reason why, in the nicest way, again, I'm doubtful of her being involved in Operation Pull, because you need a lot more swordfish for Operation Pull to be successful than 6. Just do. JBL, source for Glorious Air Group, Samsung Hagia, The Battle of Norway, April to June 1940. Yes, it's a good book. I have it up behind me somewhere. But, as said, there are RAF aircraft aboard as well, so I think she has about 19 Gladiators aboard, which can be used as... Because Gladiators are Gladiators. Yes, Sea Gladiators might land, normal Gladiators might not be fitted with tail hooks, but they can still land and take off. And 6 Swordfish. Yeah. It's not really an Operation Pool air group. Remember, how goes the book? It's all with the publishers tomorrow, it's supposed to be. Got to do some printing and reading of it tonight. Printing and reading of stuff tonight. But the proofs will be going back with the all fully done and all fully in. Forwards in. References have all been checked. Everything should be done by probably Tuesday. Hopefully Monday, but I'm going to say Tuesday. Shama, sorry I misremembered, it was mine-laying experience, but as you point out, that doesn't really matter. That makes more sense, but there again, from memory alone, there were other units which had done mine-laying at that point, so I think that's being kind of overestimated by any source you're reading. I read the Hurricanes were aboard Glorious because they could be stuck below without wings being removed, unlike an Ark Royal's small lifts. To an extent, the T-shaped lifts help. Skippy Africanus, hello, good afternoon, Doctor. Pleasure as always. Besides budget exchequer issues, what is the rational advantage of the RAF over Fleet Air Army, if anything? It's budget. It's, theoretically the RAF are the experts in aviation. But, as said, it's more easier to justify when they have a strategic bomber command, but I'm not going to get into the idea. Let's put it this way. The biggest argument I have with people who say things like we should get rid of the Royal Air Force are more a case of arguments over... I sit there and go, well, look at how the Army has managed the Ajax program. Would you be putting your land aircraft under the command of the Army? Becomes an issue. As much as I love the British Army soldiers, and I think they're doing great, the Army's management and procurement programs in the last 20-30 years has been interesting, to say the best. Not saying the RAF is always amazing, or the Navy's is always amazing, but it's been interesting. And Navy, do they want to take on everything? Because if you give the Navy the Air Force as well to run... Fleet Air Arm makes sense. It's part of the Navy, and to an extent I don't even mind the RAF coming along as extra squadrons on the carriers, because, again, that makes sense, because that's using their resources to recruit people. But I prefer Fleet Air Arm, all the aircraft of the carriers to be Navy, because I think it'd make it easier to organise. But there again, then you'd have the RAF being pulled out of an entire warfare, and you also have it set up so it was RAF versus carriers. Whereas if the RAF are part of the carrier group, they're combined. Alright, someone's just popping to my door, so I'll be back in a second, and I will leave you with the view of what would be a lovely place to live. Back in a second. Hello, back. Sorry, I had to deal with something. Um, if you had an air group flying, you could have had. They could have spotted them coming and got away. Yes, they could have done. Maybe even launch a strike. Why have a T-shaped lift? Principally so you don't have to fold wings, but it does take up less space down below. Skipper Programs is using a coding machine that inserts dots instead of space or X between each word. Count its letter groups. Maybe 4 or 5 character groups. Difficult. Interesting. That's fun. Fab, do you think we should have a combined space missile force? I think it's only necessary. I honestly think setting up separate forces is only really necessary if you have enough numbers to justify that sort of force. There is a certain level of critical mass you need. The Archeral's elevators were not smaller than the armoured carriers. And they were not too small. In fact, if I remember correctly, Archerals are fairly large. But they are rectangular, which means that, in the nicest way, aircraft which can't fold their wings can't fit them, because for some reason the Royal Navy designs its elevators around aircraft with folding wings. I can't think why a Navy with a fleet air... This is another problem, of course, with the whole RAF plan for moving aircraft out to the Far East on aircraft carriers, but we'll leave that to one side. Seneca, you're not being allowed to watch an England game seems to work. Thompson, was a smaller carrier lift faster than a larger one? Not really. It's the case, as I said. The lifts are designed around folding wing aircraft. Land-based aircraft don't have folding wings. Frank Spanner, do you think the X-Bow will be good for warships? Depends on the type of the warship. X-Bow could be good for warships, but it depends on the type of one. Anyone read this? Carrier Glorious, the Life and Death of an Aircraft Carrier by John Winton, published Amazon Books, Arrow Books. I think I possibly have read it. I think I've got it somewhere up there. I've got a fair number of books on Glorious and on I think what happened to them. I don't agree with them all. Next one. Certain nations have separate missile defense branches. Others have them in the army, others in the air force. Why might this be? It again depends on your institution and your organisation. So where do they come from? Do they come from your artillery forces, your strategic rocket forces, which come from your artillery forces? Or do they come from the air force, or do they come from the navy? Something here. What was the naval warfare like between the Viking dragon ships and the English Anglo-Dutch wars? Painful and a lot of close combat. We've been over the Battle of Sleece. It was really not nice. Especially in the North Sea and Northeast Atlantic. Warfare in age of sail is always an interesting topic. And warfare in the early age of sail is always a pretty vicious one. You know, as it develops over time, it slowly starts to bring in artillery. But modern naval warfare, as we understand it, really is dependent upon artillery. And there's a long period from probably the fall of the Roman Empire onwards, the naval artillery doesn't really start to expand much. In fact, the artillery you'd have faced fighting in a Roman fleet versus the artillery you would face fighting an English medieval fleet would be a completely different kettle of fish. The Roman fleet would be far bigger. But the English fleet would tend to be more often sail-dominated and would tend to have a lot more longbowmen and crossbowmen. So, yeah. Basically, you only start to lose archers as cannon become more effective and your firing ranges become greater, and then at a certain point you get muskets and various other things coming in as well for fun, and because it's useful to have that amount of firepower. Can anyone recommend a good book on RM morale, 1917 to 1921? I want to know how serious was the resistance to going to Russia, and if it affected the fleet efficiency in general. Not really. There are some books about the Winter War, and about the Royal Navy's involvement in Russia's post-World War I, but that's about it. And they're not really a good book to cover that general period. Massey tries with his Castles of Steel, but doesn't really get into much. Dan Freeman. The RAF used to do anti-aircraft, but they have gave up their rapiers at some point and left it all to the British Army's Royal Artillery, and RN, of course. St. Thompson, Royal Air Force dates to World War I, so likely handle missile defence. Nope. UK has no missile defence, other than whatever the Type 45s provide. Army has rapiers, but it's Sea Scepters and Scepter, which is going to be the air defence of the Army. Sea Scepters, I say, because I'm fairly sure the air defence batteries for the Royal Marines are going to be the navalised version put into those land-launched VLS, because it's the same missile. Because that'll be salt waterproof, and they're designed to be transported around the world by ship. So they might become prone to salt water. So much. Excuse me. A really interesting morale topic is the RAF in Far Eastern base in World War II. After World War II, they were large and the serious mutinies. Yeah. How much does the explosion of the Italian battleship Benedetto Brin by Austro-Hungarian agents inspired later Italian harbour raids by frogmen small boats up to Alexandria in World War II? There's always a strong tradition of trying to find other ways to take out your enemy fleet. And yeah, it's a nice way to get rid of a major enemy unit by using a small number of people. You're risking very little, achieving potentially a lot. Seneca, was the Hans a serious naval war machine or just trade? They were a very capable war machine generally, if they needed to be, but they preferred trade. But the Hanseatic League, yeah, they were special. It's just so many different cities. There's Lübeck, Hamburg, Lundberg, Wismar, Rostock, Stralsund, Stemmen, Greifswald, Anklam, Saturn or Stettin, Paschwalk, Kohlberg, Rügenwald, Storp, Visby, Stockholm. You know, the League is a very, very powerful group to be, and many, many cities are part of it. Because it's safety. If you're a trading merchant city and you're having to deal with kings and nobles who like to wage war because that's how they make money, but you make war in terms of peace, you need a deterrent. And having this many cities on your side is a massive deterrent. But to act as a proper deterrent, as I've often said, you have to actually be able to fight. Same one, Rapid Razor. Do you think we will get to the point where we can 3D print aircraft and ship parts and assemble things Lego style? We already can with certain aircraft parts and probably for some small drones. As for the rest, who knows? It's scale and funding. So Thompson, US Army missile defense is primarily Patriot missiles and US Navy primary Aegis system. I believe Aegis is shielding Japan from North Korean missiles. They do have Aegis ashore. Adverb, there was some discussion about adding X-band to flying Dales and then putting the Inceptors somewhere on a US airbase in Suffolk, but then UK Gov looked at the cost of GBMD and fainted. Yes. No. The British government, yeah, ballistic missile defense is fun. It costs a lot of money for what is potentially not much gain in the view of some. After all, you already have ballistic missiles, which you use to deter things. Graham Hunt, how do you think they would go with Type 3? Full capital or cop-out? Or will it depend on what China does next? I think the interesting thing, as we covered in last week's bilge pumps, is the Type 45 upgrades. The fact that Type 45s are being expanded as they are, the Type 26s have been as expanded as they are, and they've already announced various things for them, suggests that the Type 83, if things continue on like they are doing now, will be a very major combatant because it has to be. Either way, the Type 83 is going to have to be a lot more powerful than the Type 45, even with its upgrade, to justify the 83 status. So much titanium fans for the engines? Not likely. I think that's for printing of things. I don't think you can really print with titanium, but who knows what alloys we can come up with to point. Hello, Alex Miller. Calvin Gasberg. Thompson, and the US Aegis ashore base in Romania annoys Russia no end. That prompted them to deliver S-300 to Iran. And S-400 to Turkey. Fun, yes. Carl Gasman, Graham Hanna, and Dr. Clark, Toby Free. And when the rebuilt Kirov, Adam Nakhimov goes round Scotland the first time. That's coming. Turkey's still in NATO, isn't it? Yes, it is. And, of course, this means that potentially the S-400 and latest information about what has been supplied to Turkey has also been handed over to NATO. As Samuel Thompson's pointing out, Turkey is exporting low-cost, highly effective armed drones, which have made quite an impact in assorted regional conflicts. That they have. How much, of course, the Turkish drone technology is dependent upon Israeli drone technology, we'll leave to one side. That's a potential question from when they were far better friends. Sam Thompson, Type 83 built off a somewhat platform, and please let Camel Herds build the first 6 of 16. Oh, we could always dream. Shilmac, after all, Type 83 must be 30 better than 41. No, it's the 8 symbol means it's going to be a general purpose warship. That's what's important. So therefore it's going to have to do have the air defense capability of the 45, which is at least 72 missiles. At least. Probably slightly more. Just be an improvement, and it's going to have an increased land attack capability. So that's why I'm thinking we're looking at something that's probably going to end up with about 120 missiles on it. Max Bennett, how are those mugs coming along for your merch? Well, we have mugs on Patreon, which go out to people who contribute at certain levels of Patreon. They get mugs. As for the rest, we're working on them. I'm hoping to have something set up at some point soon with the same sort of shop system that Drakenfell uses. Dan Admiral looking out across Alexandria Harbour in late December. There's something wrong with our battleships today. Italy just equalised. Painful. Senator, which country is leading in drone warfare? That is a big question. Drone warfare, pretty much lots of different countries are available at different levels. If you're talking about the largest drones and the roles they might do, i.e. maritime patrol, etc., you're probably looking at America. If you're talking about the smaller drones, well, that can be anyone's guess, because really, to start building smaller drones, you need to have the ability to import certain pieces of equipment and a model-making equipment, someone which could build radio-controlled aircraft. There are lots and lots of drone manufacturers. There are lots and lots of potential drones. There are a lot more people entering the market building drones. So it's far more complicated, as it also depends on what you want your drone to do. Take care, Simon Thompson. Have a nice snooze. Sherman, S-400 being exported to Turkey says the Russians are willing to let everyone know how capable it is. Yeah. Dan Freeman, I have a mug and also a t-shirt. Thank you. Well, that suggests that at least the Merc through Patreon is working. Remember, I think a Drac would go for an RN version of the Korean destroyers. If it was being built 15 years ago, probably yes. Frank, drones have been around since World War I. Why are they only becoming a big thing now? Drones have been around definitely since, majorly since World War I. Remember the Queen Bee drones, which are used for targeting and all sorts of things. They're becoming a big thing now because they're coming of age now. It's kind of like most technology. It's not new, it's just it takes a while to mature, to which point it becomes viable for actually waging war. Drones have been around since World War I. World War II, they were using drone versions of heavy bombers loaded with high explosives and fuel to try and take out dug-in positions as a sort of version of a radio-guided bomb. It's not something nice, but they have developed. The technology is developed. Command and control equipment has developed. You need a certain amount of data carriage to make these things viable, and that's what's being done. As on a certain level of miniaturization of other techs as well. Dan Freeman's putting out satellite comms and lightweight computing power. They are definitely big factors. But let's be honest, when Drac is getting his photographs, he has a lovely little drone, which he uses for some of his research now, and I think footage is going to appear in something soon. And I don't think that I'm announcing anything that he hasn't already probably talked about. But he's got a lovely little drone, and he can control it using a control pad which his phone plugs into. And it can be operated a long way away from him using those systems. We're talking kilometres, and it's only a teeny thing. It's less than a small pack of mints in weight, which is about 250 grams, or roughly a pound. 1.1 roughly about a pound in weight. And that's a British pound, not an American pound in terms of weight. So it's cool. But that's a lot of capability in terms of reconnaissance. But can I put weaponry on that thing? Possibly. Quite possibly I could. How much weaponry? Would it take out a tank? If I flew enough of them into the tracks, maybe. It would immobilize it. Calum Gosman, read drones, a bit like machine guns in World War I. It was around for a year by now, but never before cut down rows and rows of white men to the world realising it. They'd been around for a few years by that point. There had been Gatling guns and pickle guns, all sorts of things before it. The technology had been around for a while. And as Counterface points out, you can also make drones small now. Yeah. Detlef Kurz, can I suggest Michael Kaufman as a guest for a hypothetical bilge pumps episode on the Russian Navy? You can. Well, roughly 2.2 pounds equals an ounce, and an ounce tends to be equivalent to roughly 500 grams. Roughly, when I'm ordering stuff from the butchers. See, it's a bit more complicated than that. And in the nicest way, pilots on the ground will often make how do I put this? Let's sort of say a pilot in the air is making a snap decision at the time from what they can see, especially because they're under attack. A drone pilot isn't usually under the same pressures. They're also very rarely 19-year-old corporals with CIA supervising them. It's just that's a picture put out there sometimes, but it's just not the case. More often than not, it's far more complicated command structure. You have far more people in the room. A drone will tend to be controlled, especially one of the bigger ones, by 2 people flying it. They will then have an officer watching over them. They might well have a lawyer in the room, and they will have feeds going back to a command center, which will have a full staff watching it. It's not a single person making a call. It's a whole group, and it's very, very legalistic. Don Fritz, what is the largest manned ship gun that auto-loads or is automatic? Well, I would say the British and the Americans, the modern deck guns, are all auto-loading, but the British had a 6-inch autoloader, the Americans are working on an 8-inch autoloader, and I think the British were working on a 9.2-inch autoloader at one point as well. So I would say pretty much you can build an autoloader as high as you like, depending on the tech level. Fab, it'll be interesting how electric or car tech gets repurposed. Think about most of these self-driving cars in urban environments and think how there are millions of them. Take that tech and scale. Yeah, it'll be very interesting. Cynic, Bill Trump's getting guests. It's a good joke. They all get sick of having more things to do. No, we get guests. We only have a problem with one particular... We only seem to have a curse when it comes to one half of the human race. And we're still working on that one and trying to deal with it. And trying to get people to come on the show. We're not sure what we've done. Or what's happened. In the nicest way, it needs to be a t-shirt. It's almost as much fun as one does not simply... the bureaucracy of Fort War. Yeah, this is the thing. Whenever people go, oh, it's going to be a CIA guy or an evil or some sort of agent breathing over a 19-year-old shoulder, in the nicest way, you're expecting that the military are going to hand over their drones that easily to those people. They're not. They really don't. The CIA. There is a reason the CIA had to have its own program. The military doesn't like to hand over control of its assets to anyone under any circumstances because they get the blame if they do something bad. B, if they do have them involved, you're expecting them not to have a large number of other people involved watching them. And C, again, there will always be someone of equivalent rank to that particular agent in the room from the military to go, shut up! We're not doing that! The trouble comes when you've got those people and they don't actually say that or don't actually do that for some reason, maybe because they don't, they are particularly bloodthirsty or something, but it's rare. And again, In fact, my problem with drones is we have set some terrible precedents as only we had them. Now everyone does. Drones and acts reaching casus belli. It's going to be an interesting argument. Yep. Bad Guy 829. Hello. The Des Moines class had 9 8-inch, also 10 rounds a minute. Never will I ever be in a self-driving vehicle. I barely use the cruise control on my pickup. I would agree with you on that front, but second to last bottle. But it's fun. So much. All those people in the room, and yet they fired hellfire in a building with murders going on. Yes. Because, again, groupthink and people make mistakes. People are inherently able to make mistakes. You have all those people in the room, Stephen, and they still make mistakes. Here is one of the scariest things you find out. The more people you have in a room, the more problems you can likely have, because, and I sometimes subscribe to this, having dealt with committees, and we all know, we can all think of small committees which are very efficient and large committees which are very problematic. The IQ in a room tends to be inversely proportional to the number of people in it. The same with the IQ in riots. Rappero's like, the minute we go fully autonomous kinetic target picking and shooting, no human involved, I think we have massive problems. We do. And Sean Mack is pointing out the bystander effect is real. It is. A big personality can more easily dominate a large room than a small room. Often. Because you will get a silent majority who just want peace and don't want to have a confrontation in front of everyone else. So it's not a mistake, it's lack of moral integrity. I would argue if they knew what they were looking at was the wrong target, then it's moral integrity. But they are making a decision based on the information they have, and they are interpreting it the way they have. This is another trouble again when you get things, because you're going, what does this look like to me? What does this look like? This is, how to put this? This. If that's the angle you can see it from, what book is it? You can tell what book it is when I do this. It's going to be a book I'm going to be reviewing later this week. Or when I do this. But if you're looking at it from this side, you don't know, do you? You don't know. And if you're a drone, how far away are you? How good are your optics? What's your intelligence? If your intelligence tells you, let's look at these things. They're not that different. They're a bit different, but they're not that different. So let's say you're hunting this. And that's over there. And you see this. And it looks similar from your angle. It looks as close as you can get. It looks like what you're looking for, and it's in roughly the right area according to your information. And then you see firing coming from it, which yes, we know takes part in weddings also, but also takes part in other reasons they're firing in the air. You might well fire at it. Now it's the wrong decision to make, because what you should be getting is getting more information. But if you're under time limit and you think there's going to be an attack launched, you might well take that decision. Not because you're a bad or psychotic person, but because you believe you're doing the best you can with the information available. The reality of war, it's waged by humans, and humans are fallible. And any time we expect them not to be, or we hold them to a standard where we presume they're never going to make any mistakes, is a time we end up with a lot of problems. And in fact, there is the argument that you could encode the rules of war better in an automated system than a human. There is, but the trouble is, a human will often act within the spirit of the law. A machine will act to the letter of the law, if you do the encoding. That is the problem. And sometimes you want them to act to the spirit. Especially in modern warfare, when you've got global social media, and the picture goes round straight away. What role would Sean Bean have had in World War II naval movie? Well, we need him to be in a position where he can say the B word a lot, and where he can possibly die. Market Garden? No, naval movie. Seriously, naval movie. Captain of HMS Repulse in a Force Z movie. Steve Winch, an officer pilot would like to refuse that order. You are placing a lot of faith in someone having epaulets. You really are, Steve. An officer is no more likely than an NCO to refuse. In fact, honestly, NCO is probably more likely to refuse. See, Winish. Actually, Assange is still sitting in London because, like, in the nicest way, even if he'd been out when the Me Too movement went around, he would have been in trouble. Yeah. Right, I'm going to ignore the drone questions going on because, frankly, no, we don't want to get into that. That's going a long way off topic for a naval historian. It seems to me that the Venezuelan crisis of 1901-2, Britain cedes the Caribbean to the US in the Monroe Doctrine. Could the Anglo-Japanese alliance, i.e. allied to keep local stability? Not really. They prefer the Americans stepping in than the Germans. And they're prepared to let it. But also the Americans aren't a threat to the British position in Venezuela in 1901 and 2 in the Caribbean, because the Americans aren't investing in cruisers. So the Americans aren't a threat. The Germans are. Although they're not really much of a threat in 1901. Not yet. I haven't managed to listen to Hardcore History's World War II Pacific podcast on Fritz. Sadly, no. John Freeman, Sean Bean in World War II film. Surely in some sort of rifle regiment? Adventures in France, 1940, North Africa, Italy. Oh, good lord, no. Remember, I tried to get my father into the idea of reviewing books. He doesn't think he can enjoy a book and review it. Well, then I would advise him to think that he's sharing the joy of the book he's reviewing. Galgazmo, how vulnerable are drone data links? It depends on the generation of drone and the level of command and control you're prepared to achieve. Encryption is getting better, but remember, all encryption can eventually be hacked. So you need to be upgrading and changing it on a regular basis. Donald Fritz, why don't we see rocket-assisted torpedoes, like a Tomahawk? And then when it gets close to the target, it's a torp and can be shot down on one. Or is it too expensive? ASRock, Subrock, there have been lots of variations on the idea. They just haven't really been pushed for. Well, they are still in service, and the Russians do have some. But it's not become a major thing because there hasn't been major investment in anti-ship weapons for a while. Graham Heinlein, what part did GCHQ play in the Falklands? Not as much as they'd like to have done, mainly because all their listening posts were in the wrong place. Dr. C, top Red book in pile next to wall, page 131, please. Red book? This one or that one? Because that's not red, that's blue. That's red. This one? That's the history of warships. There's a lot of red books going on around here. There's even red on this book, which is right next to the wall. And 131 is... It's an interesting talk about Lady Barlow and Major Barlow. Although, a week or so after MacDowell's ball, on the warm blue evening of the 12th of January, 3 Indian men anchored off Fort St. George. The three ships were the Madras contingent of the Second Fleet. With only 2 weeks to interview and take on passengers before sailing to join other ships or sail on, time was short. Captain John Eckford of Lady Jane Dundas came ashore and was carried off by palanquin to the fort. At 826 tons, the Lady Jane Dundas was to be the largest ship in the fleet, and Eckford already had an agreement allocating quarters in her spacious stern to, among others, George Buchanan, the chief secretary to the governor and a most unusual man. Cast away on Madagascar as a lad of 16 in a wreck of the Winterton in 1792, he had survived to be rescued, taken captive by French privateers, freed, and only then began a career that had taken to the top of the Madras civil service. But as for another reason he stood out. Alone among the residents of Fort St. George, Buchanan was a man the governor could turn to, his friend and confidant. And now, suffering ill health from his time as a castaway, he was going home. So, 26511. I'd be interested in having a watch along the Hardcore History series with your commentary. Anyone watches the YouTube videos of it along with your stream? I'd be interested in doing some work with the Hardcore History team. They seem to do some cool stuff. I understand the Suez Crisis generally signals the end of Britain as a major global power. So I understand why or how it was brought down Macmillan. Honestly, it doesn't, but it's often treated as. Basically, post-Suez Crisis, and about, actually in nicest way, post the East of Suez decisions in the 1960s, it's treated as that. So it's one of those things where, at the time, it's not considered that, although it is considered an example of America asserting their dominance as the preeminent Western power, and a split between Britain and France, and it does bring down, so how it causes issues. And it brings down Anthony Eden more than not Macmillan, because Eden's the Prime Minister at the time. But the Suez Crisis, there are lots of other things which build into it. And it starts off a chain reaction in many ways, but it isn't it itself its point. Bodgate829. How many carriers do you think the Chinese are going to build? Also, do you see them possibly trying to invade Japan and Australia in the future? Japan and Australia, I doubt, as much as I can in the immediate term. I would say 6, but we don't know. How many do the Chinese want? What do the Chinese want to do with them? Invading Japan and Australia... they're quite difficult tasks. A lot more difficult than perhaps invading Taiwan, although Taiwan is not as easy as is sometimes made out. Take care, Sean B. Right. Reading your own data link, not just hacking it, but how resistant are they to jamming, even electronic warfare, physically damaging attacks? Lots of things can be done. Sadly enough. Joanne, how painful was it to work out your dissertation prospectus? I feel quite daunted, and my dissertation chair is a very nice professor. Honestly, if you like the topic, it's not that it's not as painful as it might be. It becomes more painful about what you're going to keep out than what you're going to put in. But it's not easy either. It's work. And if you have any questions, please feel free to contact me on Discord and I'll chat away. So here, at the end of the Napoleonic Wars, what percentage of the Royal Navy was French built? Difficult question to actually answer because, again, most of the ships which are taken off the French are then adapted in British dockyards, which can be a very interesting adaptations go into them. So, again, not all the ship that's in service with the Royal Navy is actually French built. Some of it's British built. And then some of the ships which have been captured earlier have been through those major refits we talked about before, which are pretty much building a whole new ship, but it's not called a new ship, it's a large refit. So it becomes difficult. If you're going to say French origins, then you're probably talking in the mid-30s percentage. I would argue roughly in that area. But again, there are areas where it's far more prevalent than others. Frank Spanner, do you ever get into graphic novels? Not that often. The hardcore history, Donald Fritz, the hardcore history on the US independence made me not want to frolic in tropical waters. I would agree about not frolicking in tropical waters. Frank Spanner, Hornfisher should still have his paper on Samar, his book on, I think, on Samar published later this year. Yep. Looking forward to it. Sorry, I'll skip your reference. I'm covering the US Army's mobilization between 1939 and 42. Basically how the Army cast out overage personnel and built the Expeditionary Army from scratch. Very carefully. So, okay. Ooh, stuff with computer reference. Very interesting. Where are you going? This is to John Emmett. My book, I write about the Army-Navy conflicts over First Bomber Command before the war. Interesting. To me, it's Britain not pushing to renew, claim, keep Hong Kong as a satellite state. That was the end empire. That's not really something they can do. Unless they want to fight a war with China, even in the 1990s, they don't want to do that. So, land war in Asia coming back in. Graham Hanlon, I really liked in one of your vids where you say Renown was a bit tad miffed with the Bismarck and she should and she could have she'd gone after her. Yes, Renown was a tad miffed. In fact, in the nicest way, when you start looking at the odds against the Bismarck, there isn't, much chance of her surviving. Anuk, Doug Clark, Chinese building carriers the same manner UK building Reynolds and Naval Race? Probably not quite so bluntly, but probably building a fair number. Does England have an Amelia Earhart or Lindbergh? Britain has a whole collection of its own flyers. They do quite well. Amy Johnson, Alcock and Brown, and Bud Guy. If or when China goes after Taiwan, how many countries do you see coming to Taiwan's aid against China? More than China probably would like it to be, because a lot of them see Taiwan as a crucial tool to protecting their ability to do sea trade without China interfering. Manly 1640, would China have started a war in the 90s over Hong Kong? Yes. especially if they had the legal right and Britain wasn't. Remember, that's the trouble. There was a treaty, there were all sorts of agreements. Britain couldn't force a negotiation. They couldn't. Turning off water supply would have been one of the nicer things they could have done. And certainly one of the less issue-y ones. Dan Freeman, did Britain learn nothing from Singapore in 42? Unfortunately, not enough by a long way. Hello, John Nichols. Hello, Aviator Enterprise. Sure, I'm also minoring in modern Chinese military history. Cool. And my understanding was that not all of Hong Kong was leased. The part which wasn't leased is so small, it wouldn't have survived on its own. Cadaface, why did the UK sign a limited treaty, 100 years, about Hong Kong and not a treaty the same style they had with Gibraltar? Because they couldn't get that with the Imperial Court at the time, and they thought they'd just be powerful enough that in 100 years they'd just renegotiate it. No politician or diplomat ever presumes they're going to be in a weaker position when the treaty needs to be renegotiated. And as Dan Freeman and Keedron are discussing, there isn't really much room for a reservoir on Hong Kong, or even underneath it. John Nichols, I've heard the British broke the German code before World War I and used this info at Jutland. When, if ever, did the Germans learn this? They never really did. The Germans always believed it was some other way. They believed it was spies in their fleet, then they believed it was spies in their admiralty, then they believed it was spies on the dockside watching them leave. They had all sorts of ideas about how the British knew they were going into sea. They never once questioned whether or not it was because their radios were at maximum power and the British were listening to their code. Budguy8829, how far do you see China pushing things? How long is a piece of string? It'll depend on how successful they are. They'll push as far as they think they can get away with. It's realpolitik. Welcome to Bismarckian Age 2. Or 4 if you count the periods before Bismarck actually claims to have invented it, where it was pursued. Shamelessly. After all, realpolitik could be used to sum up any number of British Prime Ministers in the Napoleonic Wars period and decisions they were making. Pick regularly. Catherine the Great. Certainly realpolitik. The book is coming. The tribal book, as I said, the proofs go back to them tomorrow, possibly Tuesday, depending on how much I get sorted out tomorrow, because I have to go do some filming. It's fun. Right then. Mainly because it is now 10 o'clock and I do have filming tomorrow. I am going to say this is going on for about another 15 minutes. So I'll quickly say thank you to everyone who has been watching. Thank you to everyone who's liked. Thank you to everyone who's subscribed. Thank you to everyone who's done a super chat. Thank you to everyone who's joined the channel. Thank you to everyone who's become a patron. All of you are very, very much appreciated. All of you are, in your own ways, contributing to me being actually able to do the research I'm doing. So thank you. And as I said, about another 15 minutes. So let's see what questions come through. Frank's Matter, if the Germans started the war with a full squad of 4 Scharnhorst, what would Britain do? I presume you mean Britain, not England, because it's Britain. I do love how people try and use England, Scotland, Wales, and go da-da-da-da-da. It's one nation, it's Britain. Yes, we do manage to work it out so that we have 3 football teams, or 4, in most international competitions, but that's just because we're good at manipulating the rules. Or 4 rugby teams, or 4 this. We are one nation, it's Britain. Especially when it comes to military affairs. And what would Britain do if they had 4 Scharnhorsts? Honestly, you might well see the Lions get completed, but if the Germans had 4 Scharnhorsts, you can guarantee the carriers and the King George V would have been carrying on and wouldn't have been slowed down as much as they were to focus on escorts. They might have started on the escorts earlier. They would have been sunk eventually, but it would have been an interesting... What would have been interesting is if the Germans could keep sending out double. John Nichols, why is foxtail pronounced fox? And what other words might I know? I'm not sure if you're getting foxel and confused. I have no idea what other words you might not know the meaning, but please do consider sending a list over Discord and have a chat about them at some point. Good night, John Out. Take care. Have a nice dinner. And Dan Freeman and Caddyface, take care, and Gordon Collins, take care. That's why until this brew is gone, that's why I've worked out roughly 15 minutes from what I said. And it is until the brew is gone, and I am drinking the brew. BudGuy8229, do you see Japan as the first country to put its foot down against China? Also, what time in history compares well with how things are today? I'd say South Korea is actually the first country to put its foot down against China, because let's be honest, it was the Chinese army which was the major turning point in the Korean War, and the South Koreans, with the backing of the UN forces, managed to hold them off. M35 Benvids, thanks for the stream. These chats are great to listen to while working. Thank you, I'm glad to help. Richard, good night. Take care. Thank you. Take care. Anuk, enjoyed the show as usual. Thank you. Dan Freeman. Ooh, and there's a whole debate going on of 4 Shans and what they would get up to. If they deployed all 4 at once, that would be an interesting battle group for the British to deal with. Thank you, Matthias Levick and Frank Spada. Between you, World War II TV and Drac, I have no more time on YouTube. Do you think academics will take YouTube more seriously? I think eventually they will have to. Strubhanger, why was the British 4.7 not a good AA gun, but the US 5-inch 38 good at it? Mainly the mount. The British 4.7 was low angle, because the idea was that you would be dealing with level bombers, and it was unlikely you were going to be dealing with high angle dive bombing attacks at any point. And it was also, the idea was destroyers might not be engaged, whereas they'd be going after the capital ships, in which case the low angle would be fine. It's as they start developing the general purpose, but as they get to it, they realise that the 4.7 is going to be incredibly unwieldy to do that, so which is why they go to a 4.5. It's amazing, if you take off that 0.2 of an inch, it does make it a lot easier to move around and to use in terms of the mount, and because of the space it takes up inside the mount, as well as the space it takes up front for balancing. So that's basically the issue. It's how the British are developing and the calibers they're using. Take care, Alex Miller. Thank you. Matt Kedron. Thank you, Grace Sarsi. Take care. Seneca, can you put a video on peer review as a paper? I doubt it, but I'd love to. Could be quite funny. Take care, Steph Thompson, and take care, Graham Hamler, and as you all know, finished. Hey. Donna Fritz, how did early pre-World War I navies practice shooting at air targets? Like, did they fly planes, warships, or what? They had, well, in the pre-World War II navies, they had drones. The Royal Navy had the Queen Bee drone series, which were converted older aircraft types, which were often flown off their carriers, and basically fired at. And who knocked it down? And how did they judge what was sufficient AA? That changed as time went on, basically. So, no, football is still running. Well, I will stay out here then until it's over. Shumack, the gun is also just that little bit short for a given caliber. Take care, and M35 Benvitz. Thanks to everyone who asked some great questions. Yes, thank you to everyone for asking questions. It does make my life a lot easier when you do ask them. And it's only been 4 hours and 15 minutes long, but I'm not sure if that's longer than what Drax produced today or not. I haven't managed to watch his video yet, so take care, everyone. I'm not going to look it up because that might make me go on longer, because, as we all know, we have a slight competition going on for length of Sunday videos. I think he's winning with some of his really, really long Patreon dry docks. They are massive and really cool, full of lots of cool information. And thank you very much. Take care, and